Good evening, everyone. I'm told we have 150 members in the auditorium, so we have a quorum. So we'll begin town meeting. If you'd all be so kind as to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Dave Robertson. Dave's graciously agreed to do our invocation again this year.
I don't know about graciously. Would you pray with me? Our Heavenly Father in heaven, I am humbled to stand before you and these honored and distinguished men and women today to stand in the gap and offer this prayer. Today we gratefully recognize the gift of life, liberty, and responsibility you have given us to lead this town on behalf of these men and women. I ask for wisdom, discernment, and unity as they carry the weight for these close to 12,000 citizens of Carver. We have come together in civil assembly as a community in a tradition that is older than our town itself. And let us remember that in the end, caring for each other in this community is of far greater importance than any differences we may have. We are grateful that you have shown us grace and mercy to each of us. Please give us, each of us, these servants, the skin of a rhino and the heart of a lamb. We humbly ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You may all be seated. So I'm going to touch on a short explanation. Informational items are in the beginning of the warrant. If there are any amendments to any of the articles, we have blank forms up here. I believe there's also a blank form in the warrant. Fill that out, sign it, bring it up. I'd like to introduce everyone. With me to my left, we have Town Council Greg Corbo, our Town Administrator Glenn Cannon, Chairman of the Select Board John Carter. Mr. Chairman, would you introduce the rest of your board?
Sure. To my left, your right, we have Select Board Member Dan Ryan, Sarah Hewins, Mike Townsend, and Jim Hoffman.
Thank you. To my right, our Town Clerk Cara Dayhill. Next is our Assistant Town Accountant Laura Petin, our Finance Director Karen Praval, School Superintendent Scott Neef, and our Chief Financial Officer for the schools, Ron Griffin. On the stage to my right is our school committee chaired by Stephanie Clarity. Madam Chair, would you introduce the rest of your board?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. To my immediate right is Kelly Nevey, the current Vice Chair of the Carver School Committee. Seated next to Kelly is Katie Sullivan, who is the Secretary for the Carver School Committee. And then we have Bill Cullum and Jackie Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. On the stage to our left is my old alma mater, our Finance Committee, chaired by Pat Maha. Mr. Chairman, would you introduce your committee?
Yes. To my left is Beth Solgar, who's also the chair of the Capital Outlay Committee. We have Walter Cole. We have Tony Macrina. We also have Bill Cullum, who's sitting with the school committee tonight.
Thank you, sir. And also, we have our chairman of the Capital Outlay Committee, Beth Solgar. Madam Chair, would you introduce your committee? I know they're scattered around a little bit.
Yes, thank you. So our committee is made up of Jen Cullum to my left, your right, John Cotter, Vice Chairman of the Capital Outlay Committee, and Jackie Lake, who is the member from the school committee.
Thank you, Beth. Before we get started, I'd like to review some of the ground rules for the meeting. These rules are contained in page 1 of the warrant, and I'd like to emphasize some of them. Each article will be presented by a motion and a second. The sponsor of the article will be allowed to speak before it is open for debate. They will have 5 minutes to present the article, including as any presentations. There will be 2 exceptions to this rule tonight. One will be our budget presentation by the town administrator, and the second will be a presentation by the Carver Fire Department, Chief Weston, for the ladder truck. Once the article is open for debate, I'll recognize speakers standing at the microphone one at a time. If you're unable to approach a microphone, please let me know, and we have portable mics for your convenience. Please raise your hand. So speakers will have 3 minutes, and no one may speak more than twice on any one article. No one may speak unless they are first recognized by the moderator, and no one is permitted to interrupt anyone who has the floor. Anyone who continues to speak after being ruled out of order, and if then, they may be removed from the meeting. Our first order of business, we need to test some clickers. Everybody have a clicker? Clickers will be used for most of the voting unless it makes it really simple to just make a voice vote for some of the easy stuff. So I'm going to ask a question. I'd like everyone to vote on this. The question is, can we do this in one night? That's the question. Could you put that up on the screen? I'll tell you when to begin your voting. Huh? Okay, there. That's going to work? There we go. I'm going to allow 20 seconds for this vote, so I'll start the timer, and you may all cast your vote now. Voting is open. Thank you. And we have 10 seconds. And time is up. The vote is closed. Here we go. We have 27 people who think we'll be back here Thursday, 129 people who are hoping today's the night. 156 total, we have a quorum. Thank you. First order of business. Second order of business, I'd like a motion to waive the reading of the warrant and to accept the proposed motions for Articles 1 to 26 as printed in the warrant.
So moved.
Motion is made and seconded. This we can do with a simple voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay. I'd also like a motion to allow the following non-residents to speak: Glenn Cannon, Greg Corbo, Karen Praval, Mark Dufely, Scott Neef, Ron Griffin, Kathy Kay, Thomas Bott, Joe Roach, and Emil Asing.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Again, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So carried unanimously. Article 1, Annual Town Report. Who's presenting Article 1?
Aye.
John?
Moderator, I move that the town approve the 2024 annual report.
I need a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve Article 1, the Annual Town Report. Any discussion? Seeing none, we could try this for a voice vote to save some time. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So carried unanimously. See, I told you, one night. Article 2, budget transfers. Jim?
I move that the town approve Article 2 as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Now, we can take this as a total vote, unless the body would like to have us go line by line. It's up to the will, so I'm open to suggestions. Mr. Belbin?
Have you opened up for discussion yet?
Yeah.
Excellent. Just want to let people know that the North Carver Water District, the budget transfer of $200,000, I want to let you know that's not enough to get the system up and running, but I had no control over this, and I think that you need to make a decision, either you're going to approve it or not approve it, all right, because what they're doing to the
So that doesn't answer the question of, are we going to take this as a block, a single warrant article, or are we going to break this up in through different, I could read it off, we could put a hold on it, what's the will of the body? Would we like to take this as a single block?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? All right, a single block it is. Article 3, budget transfers, and the total as printed in the warrant, $1,675,918. You put that up on the screen?
Article 2.
It's up.
Article 2.
Article 2, I'm sorry. Again, 20 seconds, you may begin your vote. Ten seconds. Close the vote. Article 2 passes 138 to 17 for a total of 155 cast votes. Article 3, fiscal year operating 2026 budget.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we fix the salaries and compensation of elected officials and to adopt the FY26 wage and salary classification plan for non-union employees as set forth in Appendix A of the warrant, to raise and appropriate the sum of $51,096,431, transfer from ambulance receipts reserved for appropriation the sum of $1,067,000, transfer from cemetery receipts reserved for appropriation, sum of $20,000. Transfer from solar net metering reserve for reducing debt service for the middle school, the sum of $100,000, for a total appropriation of $52,283,431, all to be allocated for the town's operating budget as set forth in Appendix B of the warrant. And to authorize the Select Board, upon recommendation of the town's financial staff, to allocate amounts within each such category to maximize fiscal efficiency and operations, provided, however, that any transfer between categories, other than as may be allowed under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 33BB, during the last 2 months of the fiscal year, shall require approval by town meeting.
Motion has been made and seconded. This particular motion is recommended by the Select Board 3-1, FinCom 5-0, School Committee 5-0. Any discussion on Article 3?
Moderator,
Yes.
explanation, if I could, through you to town meeting members, this $52,283,431 budget is a balanced budget and will provide a high level of service to residents. What I think is misleading, these cost buckets that we see sitting here between the town-wide fixed liabilities, the budget, and the school budget. I was on the Finance Committee for 12 years, chairman for 10 of those years. All of our cost models tried to allocate all salaries, pension, health care costs to the actual cost centers where the employees worked. That went from 2007 to probably 2021. In 2022, a decision was made to move healthcare pension costs out of the individual budgets, cost center statements, and put them into this big bucket of funds. I don't agree with that, so while I do support the budget in total, I don't support these buckets. Just wanted to give you an explanation for my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyone else? Seeing no movement to the mic, we'll call the question on Article 3. It's up on the screen. You may cast your vote beginning now. Voting's open. Ten seconds. Close the vote. Budget passes 135 to 40 for a total of 175.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, sir.
Alan Dunham, 11 Ricard Street. I come to the microphone to make a motion to take a article out of order.
Okay.
I move that we take Article 11, which is the home rule petition to dissolve the North Carver Water District, out of order, and for the body to consider this article prior to contemplating Article 4.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to move Article 11 out of order and put it in front of Article 4. That's going to require a majority vote. This is only a vote to move the article, not actually debate the article. We can, I got to get it up on the screen now. What do you mean? Yeah, we can. Oh, all right. If it's all right, we'll do a voice vote on moving that article up. All those in favor of moving Article 11 to prior to Article 4 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Carried, almost unanimously. All right, Article 11, Home Rule Petition to dissolve the North Carver Water District. Mr. Cannon. Need a microphone.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town approve Article 11 as written in Appendix E titled, "An Act of Dissolving the North Carver Water District."
Motion is made and seconded. Who's presenting this? Mr. Cannon?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If I could, Glenn Cannon, Town Administrator, I do want to talk to you a little bit about why we think the town should take over the management of the North Carver Water District. And I want you to know this article is to change the management of the North Carver Water District from an elected board to a town department. We are not proposing to eliminate the services provided by the North Carver Water District. The town will still be responsible for providing clean drinking water for the residents and commercial businesses in the North Carver Water District. The North Carver Water District was created with the goal of providing reliable water supply to the North Carver community. However, over time, it has become evident the district lacks the necessary resources, customer base, and leadership stability to function effectively on its own. The town of Carver, with its financial and professional resources, is in a far better position to manage the district's water supply and ensure the long-term sustainability of this critical infrastructure. One of the most telling signs that the North Carver Water District cannot continue independently is a lack of interest in serving on its boards. In recent years, it has become increasingly difficult to find candidates willing to step up and take on the responsibility of running the district. This has led to vacancies and frequent turnover, creating instability in decision-making and long-term planning. Without steady and dedicated leadership team, the district cannot effectively address its challenges. The North Carver Water District was originally established with the expectation that commercial and residential development in North Carver would generate enough revenue to sustain its operations. However, the expected growth has not materialized, leaving the district with a limited customer base that cannot support the cost of maintaining and upgrading the water infrastructure. Unlike larger water districts, the North Carver Water District lacks the financial flexibility to handle unexpected maintenance issues, let alone major infrastructure investments. In April of 2024, the Massachusetts Department of Revenue conducted a financial analysis of the North Carver Water District, recommending that the town play a more prominent role in the oversight of the finances, strengthen the district's final position, and mitigate any negative financial impacts on the town of Carver. Furthermore, the district does not have the personnel or expertise to address the complex regulatory and operational challenges that come with maintaining a public water supply. Routine maintenance, emergency repairs, and compliance with state regulations require a level of staffing and technical knowledge that the North Carver Water District simply does not have. The town of Carver, on the other hand, has the financial stability, professional staff, and operational experience necessary to manage the district's water needs effectively. The town already oversees multiple municipal water services and has the administrative and financial expertise to integrate the North Carver Water District operation into a larger, more sustainable system. Additionally, Carver can leverage grants, state funding, and long-term planning strategies that are beyond the reach of the North Carver Water District. This dedicated municipal department with experienced staff, the town can ensure that water services are maintained to a high standard while minimizing the financial burden on residents. Recognizing the water quality and operational challenges faced by the North Carver Water District, Carver has already taken proactive steps by securing an emergency water supply agreement with the town of Middleborough. This agreement ensures that North Carver residents have access to reliable and safe water supply, something the North Carver Water District cannot guarantee on its own. Rather than operating a struggling independent district, it makes far more sense for the town of Carver to fully assume control of the water system, working in collaboration with Middleborough to provide consistent and high-quality water service. By controlling management, Carver can negotiate better long-term agreements, optimize operational efficiency, and stabilize costs for ratepayers. Another pressing issue is the district's compliance with state regulations. The Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection has issued enforcement orders requiring improvements and corrective actions for the North Carver Water District. Failure to comply with these orders could result in fines or additional restrictions, further straining an already fragile budget. The town of Carver is far better positioned to address these regulatory challenges. With established municipal departments and the ability to secure funding for necessary upgrades, the town can ensure that all Department of Environmental Protection requirements are met in a timely and efficient manner. This proactive approach will further regulate penalties and safeguard the quality of the town's water supply. The town of Carver will look at all our options to expand the water district in North Carver, and particularly the commercial base in North Carver. We will immediately hire a qualified engineering firm to assess the condition of the North Carver water facility and give us an engineering estimate to make the plant operational again. The town of Carver will work with Middleborough and the Department of Environmental Protection to provide water for businesses that are ready to open or in the permitting stages. Based on the engineer's estimate, the town of Carver will come back to the voters, working through the Capital Outlay Committee to present a long-term plan for the water facility. We will be talking to the business developers to lease the facility through, potentially, lease the facility through a public-private partnership. And finally, given the lack of elected officials, financial constraints, and insufficient customer base, the growing regulatory pressures on the North Carver Water District, the best course of action is for the town of Carver to take over its operations. By doing so, Carver can ensure that residents receive a safe, stable, and well-managed water supply while leveraging its relationship with Middleborough and its own professional resources to make long-term improvements. A town-managed water system will provide stability, efficiency, and accountability that the residents of North Carver deserve. Time has come for Carver to step up and secure a sustainable future for the district water infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. This was recommended by the Select Board 4-0 and by the Finance Committee 5-0. I'll open it up to public comment.
Mr.
Mr.
Moderator,
Belbin.
make a motion that we allow property owners that are not they're taxpayers, but they don't live here in town, so they can speak for this article and the next article.
And who are they?
One is Constantine. I screw up his name all the time. He owns behind Noria Gas. And I'm not sure if he's here right now, but it's Robert Delholme. Yep, back there.
His last name is what?
Delholme.
And what's Constantine's last name?
I can't remember. Pagani.
I'm sorry?
Sorry about that.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? All right. There's a motion and a second to allow two non-residents to speak on these issues. One, Constantine Kaganes, is that correct? And the other one, a Robert Delholme. We can try this with a voice vote and see how that goes. If it gets complicated, we'll take it by ballot. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, we're counting. You can just word it that allow two non-residents to speak without getting involved in the names and stuff, because I've already announced it, just so we can have something up there to vote on. Yeah, that'll work. It's up on the screen. Voting will be open now. You have 20 seconds. Ten seconds. And close the vote. 97 yes, 79 no, for a total of 176. Mr. Belbin, you have permission to have those two non-residents speak.
Thank you very much. Robert Belbin, 26 Gate Street, speaking on behalf of the North Carver Water District Chairman here. So, as you see, I'm against this. I first want to say is that I've appreciated this past year serving this North Carver Water District. I also want to say is that we had 5 people apply to be on the commission, 5. The Board of Selectmen held those meetings. 3 showed up on scheduled day, 2 did not. They chose the 2 that did not show up on that day, and they came a separate day. One of them resigned prior to, and they reappointed him. The other one was appointed before and never went for re-election. They appointed him. There's been a systematic delay of things to get done at the North Carver Water District. Prior to me taking over, I found out that the select board, former town administrator, and others had a meeting to resign as commissioners, the two members. When I took over, it foiled their plan, and I exposed what went on at the North Carver Water District. Small water systems ruined that plan. The members that were in there never put the money into the system, but small water systems left that place trashed. And it's a shame, the lack of oversight. I agree with the town administrator, there was a lack of oversight. Right now, I have oversight. I want to say this. The select board do not have a plan because it's the select board that's going to be taking over, not the town administrator. The select board are going to be in charge. And what it says, the select board and the director of O&M, if I remember correctly, correct? Over there? Yes? That's what it says, the select board and the O&M?
It will be the select board that will take over as the water commissioners.
Says something about the director of O&M in that language. But whatever. But the select board, do you think the select board are going to be at that water plant every week to find out what's going on and how it's being done? They're not. They're going to delegate that to the town administrator, okay? And they're not going to know what's going on until they tell them. For years, things have not been going on. I gave an opportunity of the select board to come and look at this plant when I took over. Only one select board member showed up, just one, and that was Jim Hoffman. Okay? So he saw the way that plant looked. It's a shame. It's a shame that our $7 million that we put into that plant were treated so poorly. I want to change that. And the only way that I can change that and to make sure that you know what's going on, because you won't find out what's going on. You're not going to find out from those guys. With me, you're going to know what's going on. All right? With elected officials that are at the water commissioners, they're going to be held accountable to you guys, not to anyone else. So it's better to have elected people here, 3 people that's going to watch it. Now, the town administrator said, oh, they have plans or whatever. My plans have not changed. That water district was created to put commercial development in the North Carver area. And we're all sat here with Jack Hunter standing right there saying, I got checks in hand. I'm not that person. I'm not going to say we have checks in hand. I'm not going to say we have development on horizon, okay? That's what those property owners have. Until I see something handwritten that says, here you go, yeah, we got it. But I don't have that yet, and I can't tell you guys that. What I can tell you is what my plans are. And it starts at the short term, is to keep Middleborough as our water providers. I allowed Eric to work out an agreement with Middleborough for a water agreement. It has not happened yet. Delay. Okay? I want that done. Now, the town administrator says he's already got an agreement. How does he have an agreement and we don't? We had an emergency agreement, but we have nothing else since then. And it's been delayed. This is for a year. DEP is requiring us to do an engineering study on that plant, along with a bunch of other things that all cost money. I elicited a company, an engineering company, Apex, to come down and take a look at our plant. Let me know what's going on, see what they can do. All right, give me a price of how much it's going to cost. They contacted me today. They said that due to their staffing, that they don't have enough right now, that they can't take on this project. It's too big for what they can do.
20 seconds, Bob.
20 seconds.
Yes, sir. I gave you 6 minutes instead of the usual 5.
So I just want to make
Step
it
away,
clear that
somebody else can talk. You can come back for 3
this
minutes.
is the chairman talking about an
I
article dealing with
appreciate that,
that.
Bob. I gave you 6 minutes instead of the usual 5.
So
I've made this statement at the beginning of the meeting. The only 2 exceptions were going to be the fire chief for the fire engine and
This
the
is a
town
very-
administrator
Mr.
for the budget.
all right, point of order. Mr. Moderator, can we have a vote of the people
No,
here?
we can't have a
to
vote,
extend-
Bob. You have 6 minutes.
To speak
Just
longer.
a minute longer.
The
I'm
members.
not going to
should have
repeat
it.
myself, Mr. Belvin.
Point of order to the town lawyer. Can town meeting overrule the moderator on the length of time that people can speak? That's the town council. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to town council, he has a duty. He works for us tonight.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Moderator. Under the Massachusetts general laws, the moderator decides all questions of order. The time of each speaker is a question of order. This time is set forth in the rules of procedure and were established at the beginning of the meeting. And in my opinion, this is something that is within the authority of the moderator to decide.
Again, okay, I'll try to do this quicker then. All right, so they said the engineering study is going to cost closer to $250,000 to $300,000 for an engineering, which we don't have in our budget. All right, my plan is to hire a distribution operator, all right, which we've had trouble to. I'm on the horizon with that. We need to fix the electrical, the lighting work just doesn't work. That's the short term. Midterm is to hire a company to fix all the issues, install a gate valve at Plymouth Street and North Main Street. That will provide water to the current commercial and future commercial growth. Hire a grant writer, build a water tower for pressure seeking grants and business financial support. Long-term is seek DEP approval to over 250,000 gallons a day for future development. My wish list is short. Run the water district down to Main Street and to Tremont Street. Put a water tower behind the police station with a booster pump. Create branches down major roadways off of Main Street, North Main Street, and South Main Street. Those are my big things here. Those are 20 years down the road. But you know what? You need me to watch over what's going on.
Bob, I've given you all the time I'm going to give you, which went another 2 minutes beyond. So I think I was more than fair. You can come back up for 3 minutes. Yes, sir.
Paul Johnson, 3 Laurie Lane. I was the chairman of the North Carver Water District when it was in its infancy. This system has been a nightmare since it was developed. Financially infeasible. To say lack of planning would be an understatement. When I got on the commission, I asked if they had a list of the people they were going to better. And the answer was no. So they didn't even know how they were going to finance it. Yet we were told, we stood right here and they told us it was going to cost us in the worst case $500,000 a year. Boy, wouldn't you like to have that back? Now we're being asked to transfer from the North Carver Water District to the Board of Selectmen, the people that got us into this. The people that put it forward and told us it was only going to be $500,000 a year. So my question to them tonight is, you don't want to listen to Bob speak, what's your plan? Long term, what are you going to do with this system? Where's your magic wand? How are you going to fix it? Because my estimation, I told Bob this, I didn't think it can be fixed. Not financially feasible. So the rest of you taxpayers, you want to ask them. They come before you tonight and they don't have a plan, yet they want to throw out the North Carver Water Commission. Beware. $500,000 a year. $500,000 a year for an infeasible system. So I'm urging you to stay with the North Carver Water District until the selectmen come forward with a plan and give it to you. Don't buy another pig in a poke, because that's what we got. We got no plan versus some plans. Some is better than none. It's a bad situation, and it's getting worse by the day.
May I respond?
Sure.
Again, Glenn Cannon. Mr. Johnson, I'll tell you now, you may very well be correct. The select board, working through me and town staff, will bring that engineering firm on board. The town has a professional engineering board under contract that can go to work, give us the evaluation of what it costs to provide clean drinking water. Until that time, I'll tell you right now, we will continue to work with the town of Middleborough, because there is no answer right now. You just heard Mr. Belvin's plan. I assure you that plan is millions of dollars, if not tens of millions of dollars. Again, my plan would be to come forward to see what we can afford to bring it back to this body. You would be approving the funding for that, and it very well be that we stay with the town of Middleborough. I can't tell you that right now because I don't know the true cost, and neither does anyone in this room. I could tell you, I am a professional engineer. My field of expertise is transportation. It is not water. But I can tell you right now, running water pipes costs millions of dollars. Again, if not tens of millions of dollars. So we will have a plan. We just need to take over the management of it so we can bring that forward to you.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. Mr. Maha?
Pat Baha, 9 Red Tail Lane. The thing that I'd like to speak to you about is the organizational structure. I think that that is not conducive to
Yeah, speak up, Pat.
Okay, how's that? I don't think it's conducive to how this should be operated. We've got a 3-member board, and as we've already talked about, sometimes there's 3, 2, or 1. We've also got a budget, and you'll see it later. They're 650,000, but they say that's nowhere near what's needed, maybe closer to double. Now, the thing about this is, organizationally, we'll talk about a couple of other departments within the town. And I want to compare it to what the commonalities are. And we've got operations and maintenance, we've got the fire department, and we've got the ambulance service, all with a budget right around plus or minus there. And what are the common features of those departments? You have an expert. You have a qualified person. You have a knowledgeable person that's either the director or the chief. These people know these departments inside and out and are there on a daily basis to make sure things are going right. You've also got people that know how to build and maintain a budget. And that's the type of structure that you need to run the North Carver Water District. An expert that knows water and an expert that knows budget. So those are my reasons for hopefully to dissolve that organizational structure and come up with another one.
Thank you, Mr. Maha. Anyone else? Mr. Dunham?
Alan Dunham, 11 Ricard Street. With all due respect for those who have served on the North Carver Water District for all these years, since 2008, I agree with Mr. Johnson, back when we were first basically sold a pig and a poke. You know, if we build it, they will come. Didn't happen. But going forward, I just don't see how having a elected board where a member is up every 3 years. I mean, the original speaker has all these wonderful plans. There's no saying that that particular person will get reelected, or anybody that's currently on the North Carver Water District. There is no stability. If you want to fix the problem, it has to be stable. Now, you could say, well, the select board's not always going to be the same all the time. This is true. That's why it's up to them to go ahead and us to hold them accountable to come up with, like Mr. Mahar said, you know, you need a professional that knows water and knows budget. And because right now, neither of those two functions are present. And under our current format with the North Carver Water District, it hasn't been present and it's not going to be present. So I would urge you to go ahead and vote in favor of this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunham. Ms. Layton? How are you?
Oh, good. Thank you very much. I'm Joanna Layton, 4 Wenham Shores. I'm also the chair of the Redevelopment Authority. And you all need to know a little bit of the background that you haven't heard in a long time. Route 44, and I don't know if he's here tonight, one of the partners, to speak on behalf of the fact that in the Green Business Park across the street from Aubuchon's, Montello, there's about 300 acres. That's how it all started. It couldn't be bought because there was no frontage. But then the frontage came because in 2015, Mr. Milanowski worked very hard to develop that area. And he encouraged us, the redevelopment, to take it through the Department of Homeland Security, which we did in 2015. We signed on Route 44 LLC as the priority developer. And we are in connection with DHCD as well. All right? It took us 2 years. They hired, Route 44 hired the writer to prepare that urban renewal plan. Success? Yes. 2 years. A lot of committee meetings, and maybe you even attended. But we sure had the Plimpton people come, no problem. They didn't want all that noise and everything, but they were afraid of the fact that the wells would be contaminated. Because that area is brownfield. Yes, it's contaminated. We can't dig a well. We can put up a building, but we can't dig a well. And the only thing that can happen is that water has to come, and it has. And in 2017, let me go back a bit, because the redevelopment met with the Board of Selectmen, and the Board of Selectmen voted. Mr. Alan Dunham, you were there as well, and you had a lot to say at that time. And Sarah Hewins was there at that time, and she had a lot to say, and things were changed and modified to make it right. And it made it right so that the town was not going to be responsible for any kind of legal work that would have been required. Let me proceed. In 2019, in December of 2019, Mr. Milanowski worked very, very hard, almost a month a day or maybe a whole week, going up and back to the State Department and getting us a Mass Works grant. $3.2 million, the biggest grant that ever was awarded by the state. Who came down? The governor, Senator Pacheco, and our redevelopment, which was me, and Mr. Sinclair and others as well. The $3.2 million was used to open up that Middleborough, or Montello, I should say Montello Street. And when you drive by there, you see the blinking lights, and you're probably saying, what the hell is going on over there?
Joanna?
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm going to let you go to the 5 minutes because you're the chairman of the RDA. So
thank you so
you've
much.
I'm going to give you 2 more.
Okay, thank you. Well, at that point, the 3.2 million, the Route 44 LLC added 800,000 and made it 4 million. And all of the road work, the road work was done, and the water was put in. If you go onto Montello, that area where the area is, you'll see 3 hydrants, 1 in the middle, 2 by the Cole property, 1 by what used to be called Park Ave. And if you look in the middle, go down there and look across to the Route 44, you're going to see all the water in place, the pipes ready to go. We need water, Mr. Glenn, we need water. I can't tell you how to vote tonight, but I am going to tell you this project is going to bring millions, not hundreds of thousands, but millions of dollars to develop. There are going to be trade distributions. We lost Hillwood, and we did because of economic situation. But Route 44 is working to put new people here. They're going to buy the property. They're not going to rent. They're going to have trucks. They're going to probably have people working. And they're also going to have taxes, pay excise taxes. I'm sorry, and thank you very much. We need water, please. I can't tell you what to do and how to do it, but we can't have Middleborough. DEP has told Route 44 they will not get water if Carver is taking water from Middleborough. And Middleborough has already come in the summer and told Belbin and some people from the select board, we can only service residential, and residential people who have PFAS in their wells.
I am my best, Joanna. Honest to
Well,
God, I am.
appreciate you.
Because
Thank
I
you
have
so
nothing
much.
but respect for you, but I've got to stop it. Mr. Belbin, 3 minutes.
All right, I just want to thank, when I did take over, I started a plan and I wanted to hire a water supervisor. That was number one. It got shot down by the other two members appointed by the Board of Selectmen. I went and got estimates for the electric to be done, 4 different estimates, all right? I had 5 different guys come in there, and the 2 other members said no. Then, one of the members said, hey, guess what? I got an electrician buddy that will do it for this amount of money, okay? Think about some of these things that will go on. Who's going to be doing the work down there? I refuse to turn around and allow any type of favoritism to be done. I'm not going to put up with it. You guys know me, I stand up here at town meeting all the time, and I bore you to death. And I'm sorry, but you know what? I'm an elected official, and I work for you guys. You guys tell me what to do. Right now, what I'm told to do is to get that system up and running. That's what I'm told to do. And that's what I'm going to do. Period, cut and dry. Even though they're going to cut me off on the money issue with 650, and we'll talk about that. For somebody that says that so I don't know how to create a budget. I never said that. What I said was, I'm not an expert in budgets. But really funny, my budget that I created, all right, was very detailed and accurate. Okay? I also said I'm not a water expert. I'm not a water expert. But guess what? I've learned a lot over this past year that I've been in. All right? I've had so many talks with different people about this water plant. All right? You need me to be there, all right, to watch what's going on. And I will be there. I'm not going to let this drop. I could have turned around and walked away at any time, but I didn't. All right? Because I want to make sure this is a success and not a failure. It's been a failure up till now, and I don't want it to be anymore. My last thing I'm going to say is, when I was a select board member, I was put on the waste district. When I got to the waste district, the money that they had, all right, they were sitting in savings accounts. What did I do? I found the experts. I said, hey, Tom, can you come over from Plymouth County and tell us what's going on with our money? What can we do with it? Guess what he did? And then we called in our banker and said, hey, you never turned around and came to us and say, hey, well, if you put into a bond fund, or you put in some CDs, you get better interest rate than the amount that we're getting in just a savings account, in a checking account. I did that. I brought in the people. I can tell you, I can bring the people to do this. If I have the elected officials, there's 2 running this year, all right, which counteracts what's going on. We had 5 before, now we have 2 more people running this year. People do want to work for this waste district, okay? Give me the opportunity to fix this. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Mr. Belbin, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Shea, 3 minutes.
Hi there, Cornelia Shea, 148 Plymouth Street in Carver. Mr. Belbin is correct that the last time there were openings, there were several candidates. A couple of them were qualified. The select board chose to put the people who resigned or refused to run again on the committee, and in my opinion, they've stymied Mr. Belbin at every turn. Part of the problem here, as I see it, was the water supervisor was Mike, if we build it, they will come Milanowski, town administrator who was water supervisor over this for 12 years. We can trace all the problems in development, engineering, and everything back to that period of time. You have Mr. Belbin working his rear end off here to get something working for it. Middleborough isn't doing this out of the goodness of their heart. Let me make that clear. They're having their arms bent to give us water. They've only going to give it to residential. They won't allow any commercial development to be built or expand. They will not provide water to the urban renewal plant. This town needs this. If this town is to have any commercial development whatsoever, in one of the only areas it's available in North Carver, this is what needs to be done, and it needs appropriate water commissioners. If anybody is aware, the select board is the water commissioners for the rest of the town. We can all look at the water that the Meadowbrook facility received for years. Have you tried using the water in town hall? Have you tried using the water in this school? Last time that the select board was in charge of a public water supply, we turned it over. Last year, we as a town meeting turned it over to a private entity. I'm not for right or wrong, but it was turned over. The town doesn't want to handle it. The town can't handle it. If you think that some of the qualified people that applied for this position, one was a process engineer, the other one has been licensed to wastewater licensed in the state of Massachusetts, has been working with the DEP for over 20 years. She's running for office for the Water District now. She's standing up for what she believes in, what the people of this town need. They need clean water. Middleborough's raising their rates. They already raised them once. They're going to raise them again in a couple months, and we pay 1.5 times what they pay. So if you think that not having your own water system is going to be beneficial, or turning it over to somebody without a plan, without an idea, who have done nothing but stymie and work to get this passed, you're mistaken. The debt service is due. The debt service on this is going to be due until it's paid off, which is what, Mr. Belbin? Another 2049 we'll be paying for this.
Thank you, Mr. Shea.
We'll never get another chance at this.
Ms. Ewens?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sarah Hewens, 52 Forest Street. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I think that the original speaker has made a very good case for why we need to switch dissolve the North Carver Water District temporarily. It's not going away. It's going to be handled by people who we trust. None of us pretends to be engineers here, but we are in charge of we are water commissioners, and we're expecting our town administrator and our other departments who are expert in these things to help us figure this situation out. The second thing I'd like to say is if the plan that Mr. Belbin is proposing includes laying water line all the way down to Tremont Street, we're in big trouble. And the reason I say that is because once you lose the separation between your private septic and your private well, or anyone else's, that's when we get billed out. We have a lot of unbuildable lots because we have private wells and private septics. Our regional planning agency, SERPED, when they did their last build-out analysis, told us 32,000 people, 124 more miles of roads. So to me, that's not a tenable plan. That's an outrageous plan, and we need something better. We need to fix this water situation now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ewens. Anyone else? Mr. Belbin, I'll give you the last word. Please, your name and address.
Constantine Paganis, 11R Kingfisher Lane, Plymouth.
This is one of the gentlemen that we voted to allow to speak.
Yes,
Ed, sir, you have 3 minutes.
I'm a commercial property landowner behind the Noria gas station. And another point, I agree with, I think Miss Joanna was working with Route 44. I think the answer is working with the potential developers in North Carver, and there's a lot of revenue to be made that we should figure into the budget. Don't make a budget in a vacuum. Figure out that there is potential in North Carver for development. It's not going to affect the rural character of Carver, the center of Carver. And, in my case, I can drill a well if you guys decide not to, put the current well in compliance or drill a new well with a higher volume, which would take, 5 years for a Water Management Act permit, as you know. I've gotten those in the past. I'm also a small public water supplier in Plymouth. It provided, I've done some work helped improve the water service to East Sandwich. I drilled under Route 6. I just finished that project. But on my plans, I'm working with my engineers to develop the property, the 29 acres. But if I have to drill a well, the wellhead protection area will make half the property unusable and destroy my economic viability plan. So if you truly want to develop zone and tax, I'm paying $55,000 in taxes. I'm paying $5,000 for a water betterment. I applaud this meeting. I applaud you, pursuing a solution for North Carver. I just want to say that there's an upside. Talk to your developers, potential developers. There's a win-win scenario here. That's how we should look at it, not just, oh, no, this again. Let's come up with a solution. It's there. the water tower, they put one up in East Sandwich, they needed water, they put an RFP out. They work with, municipalities. It's very common to work with developers to come up with a solution. It's there. Let's pursue it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Mr. Belvin? All right. Hearing no one coming to the mic, we'll put this to a vote. Open the vote. You'll have 20 seconds. Begin. This requires a majority vote.
Mr. Moderator, would you please explain a yes and a no vote on this one?
A yes vote will be to dissolve the district, which actually means we have to get permission from the legislature to dissolve the district. A no vote will leave it as it is right now in the hands of the three elected water commissioners, and it'll go on status quo and so forth and so on. You close the vote?
Thank you.
Voting's closed. 110 to 81 for 191. The motion passes for the home rule petition. There'll be no outburst, but thank you. So, thank you. Article 4.
I move that the town approve Article 4 as set forth in the warrant.
We need a second? Need a second? Thank you. Article 4 has been motioned and seconded. Who wants to present? Mr. Belvin. I'm going to let you have 5 minutes as the chairman of the North Carver Water District, which is what I did the last time, that I really didn't have to, but with respect.
Thank you.
Good.
Are we starting discussion now?
Yes,
All right, just want to make sure. I wasn't sure if they were going to read
Oh.
anything else.
you're
All
up.
right, so, let you know, I created a budget. The first budget I created was a total of $994,706. All right, that would have taken care of hiring someone to run the plant, get it up and running, fix what needs to be fixed. Then we got notification from DEP that we have a meeting and found out that they're giving us this order that says we have to do this over $200,000, closer to $3 probably, of work to the North Carver Water District. So I upped it to 1.3 million, 1.29 something million. All right, it's a large amount of money, but I was compensating. My budget was very, very detailed and accurate of what we need to spend the money on. So let's go to the town budget, because when we went to the town select board, let me go back. Eric and the finance director and the town administrator had a discussion where they lowered the amount to $700,000 and change, okay? And we agreed, the board agreed. I disagreed with that amount of money. The other two members agreed to it. Then it went to the select board, and the town came up with a budget of $650,000. So one of my questions to the board here that created this $650,000 budget, I'd like to have a detailed, accurate amount of what you're going to spend for that $600,000 if you were in charge of it, Mr. Moderator. That was my question to them.
I'm sorry, Mr. Belvin.
All right, so my question through you to the select board, okay, because I had nothing to do with this $650,000 budget that's coming before you guys. I want to know what exactly where you guys use this $650,000 for, okay? I want it detailed and accurate like I did to the board, that you do it to these residents right now, because $650,000 is not enough. So I sat there today and I wanted to make sure I had my numbers correct. So I did that, and I still have that question on the board, Mr. Moderator. I come out with, right now, $275,300 that we still need for next fiscal year to run the North Carver Water District, which would just include the DEP requirements of not fixing anything, not doing anything to fix it, the situation, which brings us over to another one, $230,000 for screens that we all paid for last year. are trashed. 2 operators came in and said, they're trashed, they need to be replaced, because they're sitting in iron-rich water, and now because of the water level has went from covering them all the way down to about a third of the water is missing. So now they're sitting in air and crusting all up. All right, so that's 230,000 we're going to need, and it takes a year to get those screens. So my detailed here is that the budget that they created, it says user fees, 190,349. Middleborough, the agreement prior to me was 1.5 times their rate. Before I came in, Middleborough increased that rate, but the members never increased the rate for the residents that in Carver, which they should have, but they didn't. Then I just found out that in July, they're going to do it again. So we have to increase our rates to cover that. That 209, we're not at 190,000, we're not going to see that money. So take that right out of the budget right away. All right? Then they turn around and say that we have 63,000 in capital and debt stabilization fund. Well, that's going to be gone because we don't have that money to pay for everything else, because we spend 30,000 on insurance. Our phone, 5,200. The electric and solar for the electric bill is almost $50,000. 1,500 for a generator, 10 grand for the lawyer. Water testing, that's going to need to be done, 3,000. Water meter in engineering, $90,000. The water meters are over 10 years old, they're supposed to be replaced. We can't replace them because we don't have the money for it. It's not included in here. So, bottom line here, all you guys can do is vote to approve this budget. It's not enough. I asked the Board of Selectmen, can you make it for a higher amount, come here before the board, and then if it wants to get lowered here with you guys doing it, you guys get to choose if it's going to be a high number or a low number, and they voted against it. So they wouldn't even give you the right to vote at a higher rate to go ahead and do something with the system for a year. So we're not going to have anything. So my question stands to the Select Board, not the Town Administrator, the Select Board. I want to know, how is this $650,000 specifically, how you came up with that? Please, let me know.
Thank you. Anyone care to opine from the Select Board?
Mr. Moderator, if I may.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Moderator, I asked the Select Board, not the Town Administrator, the Select Board. They're going to be the water commissioners. They're the one that approved the budget, not the Town Administrator. I want the Select Board to do it.
Sorry? Unfortunately, Bob, you don't get to decide that. Town Administrator, Mr. Cannon. Mr. Carter.
Through you, Mr. Carter, town meeting members, the Board of Selectmen, obviously, we have a town administrator to handle these issues, that work closely with the finance director on the line item budget. So I would defer to the town administrator for his comments.
Thank you. I will let you know that the Select Board has asked me to attend multiple North Carver Water District meetings. I report to them at virtually every Select Board meeting about the operations of the North Carver Water District. Let me just tell you a couple of things. I know the chairman, Mr. Belbin, he has his own budget for the North Carver Water District, which his own board did not approve. His board did pass a $781,000 budget. If you go back to the North Carver Water District, for years, it was a quasi-town agency or a town department where town staff was doing work out there. We feel as though we can conduct that same work at $650,000 because we can bring town forces in there that they were doing the work before, under my direction, that we'll be able to conduct the business of the North Carver Water District at this $650,000. Now, I also want you to know right now, and people who aren't aware, the North Carver Water District doesn't pump 1 gallon of water right now. It cannot pump clean water. So the first thing we have to do is we have to get an engineer in there to give us a price to fix it. We don't know what that answer is. There really isn't any sense, you're throwing, good money after bad, to invest money into a system that may not pump clean water. We have to have the engineering come forward, tell us how much it'll cost to bring that plant back up and operational. In reality, it's a capital project. Again, I am a professional engineer. I am not a water resource specialist, but I can tell you right now, it's a capital project that should go to the capital committee. We'll come back to you with a cost analysis, and until that time, we will continue to work with the town of Middleborough to provide that clean water. But as soon as I can, I know the North Carver Water District has their next meeting on April 16th. I will ask them to make me the superintendent so I can move forward with these plans, so we can get to that immediately and bring that answer back to you as soon as possible.
Mr. Cannon, thank you.
Can I
Mr. Belvin, your time is up, but I'm going to give you another.
Okay, so this budget also includes 230,000 for the bond payment. So again, take out that 190 and then take out 230. Ain't a whole lot of money. I had a phone call today with DEP. I wanted to let them know that town meeting's tonight, all right, and they're voting on a budget, and the budget's not enough, and we're not going to be able to comply with DEP having this. And Mr. Town administrator here, he turned around and asked to do the same thing at the beginning when I took over. And I says, I don't want another Mike Milanowski taking over everything, because that's what he did. He tried to do everything here and this, oversee what's going on. I didn't like that, okay? Now, I was for him coming into this town as being a town administrator. I don't want to say I wasn't. I was for him coming in, all right? But it's a separate entity. It was created as a separate entity for a reason, okay? And bottom line here is, this budget's not enough. You can vote it in, but whether you vote it in or you don't vote it in, we're not going to be able to do everything that we can do, and we're going to get fined. And bottom line here is, if development can't get water, we're probably going to be sued.
Mr. Belvin. Anyone else? Seeing no movement to the mic. Article 4, the Enterprise Fund for the North Carver Water District as printed in the warrant. Select Board voted 3-1. FinCom 5-0, and the North Carver Water District didn't vote on it at all. 0-0. Open the vote. May begin vote. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Close the vote. Vote is 131 to 66 for a total of 197. The article passes as printed in the warrant. Article 5, Capital Improvements Budget.
All right, Mr. Moderator, there are two parts to Part 5, Part A, Part B, and two separate motions to be made. For Part A, I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $1,300,000 from free cash certified by the Department of Revenue for items 1 to 18 of Article 5 as set forth in the warrant, and to appropriate the sum of $350,000 from ambulance receipts to purchase and equip a new ambulance and to adopt the language written at the bottom of the chart.
Motion made and seconded. Who's presenting the capital improvement budget? Madam Chairman.
I am town moderator. Good evening.
I'm going to give a little latitude here because there's a whole lot of items. I set the timer at 5 minutes. We'll go through it and see how that works.
I want to thank you guys tonight and also thank the whole Capital Outlay Committee. There was a lot of work done this year on the capital. So we would like to look at this in the two parts, A and B. So Part A is 1.3 million of capital items that have been requested for and vetted through the Capital Outlay Committee. We not only vetted all of these, but we also went out and did site visits this year. So we went out to all the different departments, met with the department heads, looked at capital assets that were purchased prior years and why there was a need for the capital assets this year. I can tell you that all of the items on this list do need to be replaced or purchased this year. There were several that we were unable to do based on funding. So the first part, the 1.3 million, just so you have an idea, is both town and school department. Coincidentally, it's almost broken even between the town and the school, so it's about a 50-50 split. With that, we also went over to the ambulance department to look at their ambulances. They are requesting one new ambulance that will come out of their fund. So they personally pay for this through the fund that they have. The third item on here, which is called Part B, we spent a lot of time So what we're asking for tonight is that the town approve a $2.4 million bond to purchase a ladder truck for the town of Carver. This will be the first ladder truck that the town has. We were very impressed when we went to the site visit at the fire department. You may see a little presentation tonight from Chief Weston, but we were able to witness firsthand, while it was snowing out, the difference between having people go up a building with ladders in their hand versus the town of Plymouth, who could use the ladder truck and go up. I believe if you see this video, you would agree with us that we do need to purchase this truck. By voting yes tonight does not mean we'll have the truck tonight. It's 4 years out, but it will give us the approval to start to build the truck. Hopefully, by that time we need it, we'll have some more reserves put aside, and the bond will not be the full 2.4 million, but we are asking for the 2.4 million tonight. And again, I want to thank all the towns for the help. We did go out, researched everything, did the site visits, and your capital outlay committee really put a lot of work and effort into it this year.
Thank you, Beth. We're going to take this in two parts. So Part A is the listed items, and Part B will be the ladder truck. So at this point in time, Part A is, what's the will of the body? We taking this individually, line by line, or we want to do this as a lump sum? Sounds good to me. Anyone else on Part A? Seeing no movement to the mic. Open the question. Voting is open. 20 seconds for Part A only. Ten seconds. Close the vote. Article passes 169 to 25 for a total of 194 votes. On Part B, which is the ladder truck, I believe the chief,
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make the motion.
oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. For Part B, I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $2,400,000 to purchase and equip a ladder truck, ladder tower apparatus, and to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, to borrow said sum under general laws, chapter 44, or any other enabling authority, and issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and to authorize the town administrator to execute all documents necessary to effectuate the purchase of this vote.
Second.
For the purpose of this vote.
Second.
Second.
You should mention that the select board voted 4-0. FinCom voted 5-0, and capital outlay voted 4-0. Chief Weston. Now, this is the other exception tonight. I'm going to allow some latitude. This is a lot of money and a big piece of apparatus. I think that we deserve to know what the chief has to say. So this is going to run a little over the usual time. Floor is yours, sir.
If I could, before, I'd just like to make sure the PowerPoint is ready to go. Thank you very much, appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Craig Weston. I'm not only honored, but I'm privileged to be part of the Carver Fire Department and serve in your fire chief for almost 20 years. Your fire department has 85 on-call firefighters and officers. We're staffed out of 3 fire stations with 40 square miles. We have an ISO rating of an ISO 2. That's in the top 4% of the whole nation. Our budget is $837,000. We have a 5.4-minute response time. And right now, we average 21 on-call firefighters during the daytime and over 30 at night. What I want to talk to you about tonight is our aerial apparatus procurement project. This is Article 5, Capital Improvement, Part B. What you're seeing is a picture of a conception. This is something that we're developing right now, and what we envision a new aerial apparatus for the Carver Fire Department will look like. This is a single-axle, 110-foot platform built by Pierce Manufacturing. We're going to discuss this a little bit more.
Our expectations of this project are in above. Basically, we want to design and purchase an aerial apparatus that can not only respond emergencies all over town. I kind of envision that this can respond to at least 60 to 70% of the incidents that we respond to. We're going to be able to perform rescues, ventilation, and fire extinguishing tactics, again, all around town, not just a specific area. It's going to be easy to set up and operate. It's going to provide a safe environment for all our firefighters to work on. It's going to be mechanically simplified for our mechanics, and it's going to serve our town for at least 30 years. Above all, I'm going to make sure it's fiscally responsible to all our taxpayers, and I'll explain that in a moment. A little bit of a timeline. This isn't something that just this year that we decided we want to purchase an aerial apparatus. This has been going on since 2014. The chart that you see beside you is a capital outlay plan. And that's how I plan, and that's how the town plans their projects. This is a plan that we put up with the fire department that looks out 10 years, from FY '26 to FY '35. In FY 2014, the aerial apparatus was actually put into the plan. In 2014 and 2016, I personally applied for 2 grants for aerial apparatus. However, we were denied because we did not have one. In 2016 to 2020, a capital stabilization reserve fund was set up. At that time, it ended up with almost $1 million that was set aside for an aerial device. In 2021, 2022, that capital stabilization reserve fund money was reallocated and actually was removed. In 2022, if you remember, the Hillwood Public Safety Mitigation Agreement was approved. That was $9 million for public safety equipment, with $2 million that was set aside for an aerial truck that could have been used across this whole community. That project was obviously canceled. In 2024, I proposed another capital stabilization reserve fund be set up for an aerial apparatus, where we could put about $250,000 away a year until we had enough money to purchase this piece of equipment. There was really no movement for that. In 2026, our last payment for the 3 engines that we currently have that were purchased in 2016 will become to fruition. Those 3 engines were purchased for $1.8 million, and that was a 10-year bond. That money is now going to start to be available for our debt services. We'll talk about that in a moment. Understand that if a new aerial, if we were to get it approved at town meeting, which is what we're advocating for, we would sign up a contract sometime in June or July. We will not see this aerial for 40 to 48 months. That's the build time. So we're looking at an expected delivery of 2029. And that's why it's so important to fund this now, as the prices are just escalating so fast. Why now? Carver Fire has no aerial apparatus right now. We have no ladder, we have no tower. Other than the towns of Plimpton, we are the only town in Plymouth, Barnstable, and most of Bristol County that does not have at least one aerial apparatus in their fleet. Some towns in our surrounding communities, they have multiple aerial devices around them. This doesn't mean that we're any less than any other fire department. This just means that we're a lot more proactive in how we operate our fire department. And what we've tried to do is save this financial burden for a long time. And I've tried to prove that to you since 2014. But unfortunately, we've kind of run out of time. Currently, we rely on 4 engine companies around the town of Carver. Each one of them has one 35-foot ladder, extension ladder, that can weigh up to 170 pounds each that we wrestle with. The pictures that I'm showing you, and there's going to be more to come, are going to be your firefighters working in elevated areas, sometimes risking their lives, sometimes with some near misses. Our firefighters' safety is paramount. FY '26, I feel we've pushed our luck on non-firefighter injuries far enough. I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm pretty passionate about my firefighters. As firefighters, we work on roofs of homes, commercial buildings, and industrial complexes all around this community. It's not a fun place to work, wearing about 75 pounds of emergency equipment in all weathers and hostile environments. I've spent at least 5 years, trying to find a used aerial apparatus. However, they're just too big, and they just do not work in this community. The same aerial apparatus in 2019 would have been $1.2 million. It's escalating at least 10% a year. And by 2030, we could be over $3 million if we don't act. I feel it's far more prudent to purchase the correct apparatus that'll last us at least for 30 years than have to buy something that's used, too big, and it's not effective or safe for our community. These next few slides I'm going to go through very quickly, but these are your firefighters working in actual incidents in our community using 35-foot ground ladders. Some of these are near misses. Some of these are, just firefighters doing a great job. Solar panels on residential areas are becoming very popular. Try operating that in a 35-foot ladder. It's not easy. We talked about the equipment we got to carry, 75 pounds of equipment up and down an elevated area. That's no fun. Talked about winter conditions. That's real life. Typical chimney fire that we respond to. You can see all the ladders that takes to set up for. All the chances for someone to get hurt. Every engine company I talked to you about carries a 35-foot ladder. That's how we take it out of the engine. It takes at least 3 firefighters to make that happen. We train regularly. Obviously, we're very blessed to have our own training facility. We train regularly with our ground ladders. You can see how steep they have to go to have the correct reach. Practice at ventilation. We practice rescues. This is one of the techniques we're forced to use. It's called the Stokes basket. An aerial device would yell, "Did you pick this person up?" and rescue somebody. We have to put them in the Stokes basket on a 35-foot ladder with ropes and traverse that ladder. We use aerial devices regularly in our town with our mutual aid partners, with Wareham, Onset, and Plymouth. So we're training our firefighters with those aerial devices already. Those are your firefighters. What I want to show you here is a video and a comparison. It'll only take a couple minutes. Basically, what I'm showing here is how the Carver Fire Department operates our ground ladders for any type of environment elevated to the roof areas. This might be a fire, it could be a rescue, it could be an investigation. And then we're going to compare this with our neighboring town, which every neighboring town other than the town of Plimpton has this type of apparatus. You can see our 35-foot truck, ladder, is almost straight up. The town of Plymouth has 3 aerial devices. You're going to see how they set up. One person sets this aerial up. It's smooth, it's safe, it's efficient. They're already at the ridge line. We're still setting our truck up. That doesn't make us any less. That just means it's going to take us longer. You can see right now we're setting up a 14-foot roof ladder, which is going to will come up to the top of the roof. Our firefighters nearly have to climb straight up with all their equipment. Our neighboring departments, they just walk up. Look how safe that looks compared to how we have to operate. We do it, and we'll continue to do it. They're going to go up, and they're going to come back down. We're still setting up. We're still setting up our roof ladder to the ridge line. You see the angles. We're straight up. Again, they can just walk in. This particular scenario was a chimney fire, but again, it could be anything elevated areas. Now our firefighters will bring their equipment up and actually extinguish whatever they were going to do. These two firefighters from Plymouth just walked right up. You can see how stable their apparatus is, how safe it is, and they can perform their duties. If they can perform their duties, then we can perform our duties. You see, the same task, we did the same thing, how long one took versus the other. I want to thank the Plymouth Fire Department for their ladder truck, and also the Select Board. This aerial device will be kept at our headquarters. If you look at the map, that's centrally located around the whole town of Carver. That means that this aerial device is available to the whole town of Carver. And our new fire station, which isn't new anymore, it's actually 8 years old, it's hard to believe. One of the bays in that facility is 10 feet longer than the rest. And that was done on purpose with some design, to make sure that someday in the future, we could have this type of this type of apparatus. We currently have a design that started in August 2024. That's an in-house design project. 3 chief officers, a safety officer, a lieutenant, and 3 firefighters. We're looking at purchasing a manufacturer called Pierce Fire Apparatus. We're evaluating 3 different types of aerials. 107-foot heavy-duty single axle, 110-foot single axle tower, and 100-foot mid-mount tower. Our committee has been meeting regularly, and they've chosen the best for our department is a single axle, 107-foot ladder with a 3-foot platform. It's called a 110 Ascendant. This is the same chassis where our firefighters would actually operate inside as our current engines. It's called an Impel. So we standardize everything. So everything's the same. It contains 1 officer, 5 firefighters. This new apparatus will be very maneuverable. It's a short wheelbase. It'll be easy for our firefighters to operate in, and it'll keep our firefighters safe within the confines of the bucket or platform they're going to use. Some may say, why 110 feet? That sounds awful high. It's not about height, it's about reach. In the rural areas that we operate around our surrounding towns, this picture is a perfect example. We have to be able to reach something from the roadway to the residents to where the fire is. It's all about how far we can reach out of that roadway. There's not many buildings 7 stories in the town of Carver. But again, this is the correct apparatus for this job. I want to spend a couple seconds on the budget so you understand where this money's going from and what we're buying. The cost of this apparatus is $2.1 million. We budgeted $200,000 for equipment. You got to understand this is a new piece of fire apparatus. We don't have one. So I can't just take something from my used supply or an older fire truck and use it. We need the new equipment to go with it. I budgeted in 5% or $100,000 for inflation. We don't know where we're headed, so we've got some caution in here. There's 2 scenarios that I want to share with you tonight, and certainly the finance department could chime in if they need to. For both scenarios, I want to be very clear. There is no additional tax increase beyond the normal Proposition 2.5 and new growth for this project. There's no debt exclusion. This project is already budgeted into our debt schedule. Okay, this is already in the budget. Okay, there's no increase for that, so I want to be clear of that. I don't want to have that fear. The first scenario is we're asking tonight to approve for a 20-year bond. Okay, that bond would start in FY '29 because that's when the apparatus is actually going to be delivered. We're not going to pay for it until we get it. In 2029, there will be 20 payments, 1 payment a year. The first payment will be $228,000, and the last payment is roughly $125,000. What I want to show you with that is when we look at $2.4 million, that's a lot of money. It absolutely is. I get it. But when you break it down to how it's going to be paid for, $200,000 a year for 20 years. $200,000 isn't as much money when you just approved a $57 million budget that you're going to approve every year. Okay? That's scenario 1, and that's what we're asking you to do. I think we can do better than that. In scenario 2, the town has a capital debt stabilization fund with a balance of $654,000 in it. In FY '26, the town is requesting an additional $600,000 to set aside funds annually, which will be used for future projects. You already funded this today at your first article. If we utilize that properly, the funds collected over the next years will significantly reduce the amount the town will have to issue for debt. As an example, if the town used $1.2 million for the capital debt stabilization fund, this bond, this FY '29 bond, would be reduced by half. So what we're already predicting is that $228,000 in the 125, they're pretty much going to be half by the time we start this project. And the town's ultimate plan is to continue to set aside funds into the capital debt stabilization fund, possibly cover the entire of this project with no debt and no bond. That's our goal. I want to conclude with, this has been an absolute team effort, okay? I'm very blessed to have the support of the town administrator, the finance director, the select board, the finance committee, and the capital outlay committee. They all voted unanimously for this project. Not only did they vote unanimously for it, they supported it, they helped us think of ideas for it, and they were there for us for it. So thank you all for that. I want to thank each one of you for your continued support. To help us protect our firefighters and ultimately protect each one of you. And from the fire chief to each one of you, I would ask you to please support this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any other comments? Oh, hearing none. I'm sorry, Mr. Belbin,
Couple of questions is,
3 minutes.
the debt service that is coming out of debt right now, how much is that yearly? That amount of money that's coming out that we're going to put aside? Do we have a figure for that? Was it like 200 and something thousand, Chief? For the,
Sure.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, and that might be better offered by a town administrator, but
Through you, Mr. Moderator. So what the town will be doing this fiscal year, they'll be authorizing the town to be able to issue bonds at the point when we actually receive the truck. So we're not putting anything aside right now for this project. One thing that we've done is that through the select board and the town administrator and the financial policies, we are putting money aside into various stabilization funds. These stabilization funds are going to house the money for future projects. So as the Chief was just mentioning, you know, we have a capital debt stabilization fund. There's currently around $600,000, $54,000 in that. That money is not used. It would be voted by the select board and town meeting, you know, when we'd want to use that as a source of revenue. So right now, we are putting money into different pots of money. We have a stabilization fund. We have a capital debt stabilization fund. In the past, there was a water capital debt stabilization fund, but we are putting money into these pots of money. Anything that we receive in free cash at the end of the fiscal year that the Department of Revenue certifies and pilot revenue has been set aside specifically for capital projects and to be put into stabilization funds. It's not used to cover the operating budget. Does that answer your question?
I should have rephrased my question better. The 3 engines that we're paying off, all right, for the debt, for that debt, was that like 200,000 for the bonds that those were on, the 3 that we had that are coming out, the chief had said? I just wouldn't know what that figure was.
through you,
You're
Mr.
asking- I'm sorry, Chief, you're asking how much was the payment on the 3 fire engines?
Yeah, the 3 fire engines that we bonded out before,
Coming off.
we're paying for, how much is that money?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, right now, the engines are FY '25, it's 175,000 for principal, 17 in interest, and in FY '26, it's 175 in principal and 8,700 in interest. That truck will then fall off our debt service. And, you know, as we work with the capital committee, we're constantly looking at our debt service. We've had meetings with Hilltop, looking at ways that we can strategize and look at how we can save in the future. So as we see debt that's dropping off, we're also looking at, you know, what are the capital needs for the town, not just now, but, you know, 4 or 5 years from now when we may not be here. May or may not be, but we're looking out for the interests of the town.
Thank you very much. My next question is, what's the yearly costs to maintain a ladder truck within training, inspections? What's the yearly cost that's going to keep us every year? because that's going to increase your budget also.
Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Sure.
Well, our training's not gonna change. We train all the time. This is just another piece of apparatus, okay? As far as maintenance, we're budgeted about $2,000 per year for this truck. That'll include our certifications and any maintenance. You gotta understand, as a new truck, a maintenance is smaller, a lot smaller than if it was, older. So that's what we're budgeted right now.
Okay, and one other question. Hopefully this is the last one for you. Is the, how long will this truck last? If we get it, is it a 10-year time frame? Is it a 20-year time frame? I mean, every town's different, but with the amount of services that we have in town, that this may be needed, because I know it won't be able to hit my house or my neighbors because we're so far from the road, and it won't be able to get up the hill, but needless to say, what's the long term of this truck?
Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead, Chief.
So we have three ways to categorize that. We have a 10-year replacement for any command vehicles. We have a 20-year replacement for all our engine companies, tankers, so forth. With this type of truck, this would be a 30-year replacement policy. We'd evaluate it at that 30 years. If we take care of it like we do everything else, we might be able to go longer.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Roger Shores, Carver. I was a Carver firefighter for about 20 years. I got called one night, 3 company called down on Pond Street here to the Hill Screed House. And as we were setting up, chief asked me to go up and vent the roof. That's where you take a ladder, put it against the side of the structure, and then you climb up with all your gear as well as a chainsaw. And then you get up there, you get off the ladder and cut a hole probably 3 by 3. Well, I get off, started cutting the hole. No safety around me, no safety belts. And the roof gave way. I went down. I hit the next floor. This was 3 floors. I hit the next floor, right through. I kept going, and all of a sudden I landed soft. I said, what's going on? Then I got my head together on it. I figured, I just landed in a pile of chemicals. So I believe and I got out. I didn't think I could run that fast. I think in terms of safety, which is a primary goal of our town, it always has been, even before Craig's grandfather was chief. I think safety of our firefighters is critical to our town. Given their time and the injuries, although minimized, will certainly help out the town's people in terms of your conscience. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Deputy Boyle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name's Jesse Boyle, 35 Rochester Road, right on the fringe of King Richard's Railroad. And also the Assistant Deputy Fire Chief. I just wanted to get up, if anything else, and applaud Mr. Shores. I'd never heard that story before. But thank you for that story, because that's remarkable. There's just a few quick things I want to talk about. And I was reading the warrant that we all got when we came in tonight, and I've read it 10 times already. But through you, Mr. Moderator, is it correct that our annual budget this year is $57 million?
Yes.
That's a lot of money. We've always talked about how in Carver that there's a disproportionate burden on residential taxpayers to fund everything in our town. I'm a taxpayer. I look at what the average tax bill is, and I know that mine's above the average, and I think a lot of you can say the same. However, when I was looking also through the warrant, I noticed that the tax levy for residential is only it's like 25 million and change. So it's currently less than it's less than half of the budget, which I think is great. We're starting to see some additional revenues from other sources in town. So I did some quick math, because that level of millions of dollars and $2.2 million is a lot of money. And I wanted to have an understanding myself. Like I said, I'm a taxpayer, but I work for the town, so I guess I'm self-employed. So I pay your salary.
That does, I tried that
Good
once.
luck with that.
So when I looked at the math, and I'm not a mathematician, I'm just a fireman, is $220,000 for the first year for the bond. And our residential property taxes are only 45% of that, and there's about 3,500 households in town. That works out to $28 a year for a ladder truck. That's $2 a month. And by the end of the bond, it would be $18 a year, $1.50 a month. Now, in addition to teaching your kids about fire safety and changing the smoke detector batteries in your mother's smoke alarms, I also am an instructor in the fire department, and I teach ladders. I teach ground ladders. I teach it to new firefighters. I teach it to existing firefighters. I teach it to our high school interns. And I've stood up on that roof many times and watched that ladder shake as a young rookie is climbing that ground ladder. And if you saw it in that video, that thing was wobbling away, and it does that. It's, despite as heavy as it is, it still bounces quite a bit. I'm asking you for $20 a year, help keep our firefighters safe. I don't want to be on the fire ground when something goes wrong. And the chief said, we've been doing things a certain way for a long time, and it's about time that that changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no movement to the mic. On the bond authorization for the fire truck, recommendation of the Select Board was 4-0, FinCom 5-0, capital outlay 4-0 on Article 5, Part B. Open the vote. Vote is open, 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Please close the vote. Article passes 157 to 48 for a total of 205. 57, 48, 205. I believe it is passed. Article 6.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, before we get to Article 6, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider Article 11.
Is a second? Motion made and seconded to reconsider Article 11.
Point of order. To reconsider, you have to vote it against it.
No, Mr. Belbin, we've gone through this over and over and over again because you don't know how you voted because we do the clickers. So anyone can make the motion to reconsider. We did it 2 years ago.
Well,
So-
typically it's done with.
Yeah, typically, but that's not how we do it. That's not how we've ever done it.
The Select Board voted in favor of this
It
already.
doesn't
so you
matter
know
how
they
the
voted.
Select Board voted, Mr. Belbin. They have a right to make a motion to reconsider. There is a motion and a second to reconsider Article 11. Is there any further debate on that motion? Let me explain what that motion is. If a yes vote will bring it back to debate, a no vote will put it to bed permanently. So yes, we drag it back up and talk about it. No, we're done. Everybody understand that? Okay. On the motion to reconsider, there's no movement to the mics. Open the vote, please. 20 seconds. A yes vote puts it to bed. A no vote puts it back on the floor. I'm sorry. A yes vote, that's right. Just the opposite. Forgive me. It's tired. I'm tired. We're only at 6. This is going to be here till 3 tomorrow morning. Close the vote. 47 to 128, the motion to reconsider fails. So that is done. Moving on to Article 6.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to approve funds in Article 6 as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. And Karen, you're going to talk about Article 6?
You, Mr. Moderator, yes, thank you. In 2020, the town meeting voted to establish a middle high school building stabilization fund and to dedicate 33% of revenue that were received from the town through solar projects, which is our solar net metering money. As I was, was brought to my attention when I started by a couple of select board members of what the balance in that fund was, considering it had been created in 2020. I noticed that the transfers hadn't been made, and so what this article is is requesting that we move $225,310. That was voted in FY '24, however, it was just put in the wrong fund. So this particular article would move the $225,310 that has already been voted by town meeting and put it into the proper fund, which is stabilization fund, and that is a fund where the money will reside until it comes back to town meeting to vote to use any of that revenue. Between 2020 and 2024, $715,755.60 should have been transferred into the middle high school stabilization fund, so we're requesting to have these funds moved into this fund based off of what was voted and approved in 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any other discussion on Article 6? Seeing no movement to the mic. Open the vote for Article 6. This was voted, look at the back page here. Select Board 4-0, Finance Committee 5-0. Open the vote. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. You can close the vote, please. Article passes 155 to 31 for a total of 186 cast. Article 7.
Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 7 set forth in the warrant.
I need a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve Article 7 as written in the warrant. Any presentation?
If I could, Mr.
Sure.
Moderator. Folks, I'm just going to read the informational summary, and I'll give you my take on it, kind of simplify it a little bit, I hope. In FY 2015 and FY 2023, the town voted to authorizations of bonds to cover the cost of the middle high school repairs, the elementary school project, and the library and town hall roof repairs. The projects have been completed, and the cost of the projects were less than that was originally approved to be bonded. This article requests rescinding the remaining balances of the unpaid funds so that these projects can be closed and reported as completed. I guess the way I look at this, folks, I look at this as like cutting up credit cards. Town meeting authorized the town to borrow money for these projects. These projects came in under budget. We're asking you now to cut off that credit so we can no longer borrow this money.
Thank you. Any other conversation on this? Seeing no movement to the mic. Article 7. Select Board 4-0, FinCom 5-0. Please open the vote. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Please close the vote. Passes 180 to 10 for 190 votes. Article 8, revolving funds.
Mr. Chair, I move that the town approve Article 8 is set forth in the warrant with the spending limit of the fire department revolving account to change to $30,000.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve Article 8 as printed in the warrant with the change to the fire department revolving account from 24,000 to 30,000. Was that the motion, Ms. Ewens? The motion was made and seconded. Any discussion? Who's presenting it?
I'm happy to, Mr. Moderator. So again, these revolving accounts, this is just money that the town's able to bring in, for either the library or the council on aging, through their, if you will, their ticket sales. That gives them the authorization to spend that money. You'll see some of it is significant. The GATRA Transportation, the Earth Removal Committee, they have significant funding here, but this gives them the authorization to be able to spend the money that they've taken in over the year.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none. We'll move the question. This was approved by the Select Board 4-0. Open the vote, please. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Close the vote. Article passes 134 to 17. Total of 151 votes cast. Article 9, Community Preservation Committee Report and Recommendations. Mr.
Moderator,
Bentley.
I move that the town approve Article 9 as set forth in the warrant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Good evening, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Bob Bentley, Chairman of the Community Preservation Committee, 60 Wenham Road. We have before you tonight a number of great projects. We have our statement to the townspeople telling you what we have done in our public meeting and explaining everything. And as everyone probably knows, we're required to spend money only on open space and recreation, affordable housing, and historic preservation. So we have various projects that represent those issues. I have 5 different projects, or 5 different categories that I'll go through tonight, listed as A, B, C, D, and E. The A is for committee administrative expenses, $30,450. And that also includes the Middleborough High School track debt service. B is the Weantica River Corridor Conservation Project. C is the historic photograph artifact preservation. D is the Wenham Cemetery fencing. And E is the Union Society exterior trim repair and replacement. I didn't mention the amount of dollars, and then we have reserves that are required by law. We're required to expend 10% for each of the 3 categories every year. And so between the finance director and myself, we've come up with the amounts that need to be left in the reserves. So I'll go back to each individual item. Item A is to see if the town will vote to appropriate a sum of $30,450 for possible committee administrative expenses, and the sum of $330,700 to pay the debt service on the Middleborough High School debt, or take on any other action relative thereto. I can tell you that we never, ever spend that much money in administrative expenses, but it's allowed by the Community Preservation Act. We expend what we need, which is always way, way, way less than that. And any monies that aren't expended out of that account goes directly back into the Community Preservation Reserve Fund. So it never leaves us. It's not like it's expended. The $330,700 for the track debt service is a bonded indebtedness that the town entered into 6 years ago now. We have 4 more years to pay on that, and that, even if you vote against it, will still be paid. Part B is to see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $375,000 from the Community Preservation Unrestricted Reserve Fund for the purpose of the town by and through the Conservation Commission purchasing a perpetual conservation restriction that apply with Mass General Law, Chapter 184, Sections 31 to 33, to purchase 515 plus or minus acres of land in South Carver associated with the Wewiantic River Conservation Project for open space and recreation, and authorize the Conservation Commission and or the Select Board to sign any and all agreements and instruments as may be necessary or expedient to complete the purchase. This is a large parcel of land in South Carver. It is presently bog acreage. It's being relinquished by the bog owner. The individual organization that's going to be taking over the operation of it will be the Buzzards Bay Coalition. This is in extreme South Carver. It actually abuts Wareham. There's property in Wareham that's contiguous to this property, so it makes it into a much bigger property. But we're not paying for anything in Wareham. Don't worry. We think this is a great project for the town. It creates a huge amount of open space, a lot more walkable, hikeable trails, and a lot more areas of open space. Most of the bogs that are going to be there are going to be returned to nature, and so it will become true open space. Part C is to see if the town will appropriate $5,000 from the Community Preservation Historic Reserve Fund, estimated revenue for the purpose of preserving historical photographs and artifacts currently in the possession of the Carver Historic District Commission. They're going to be expended under the Director of the Historic District Commission, and basically, we were approached by the Historic District Commission and told that they had a whole bunch of old photographs that were, in fact, disintegrating. They also said that they had run across some old Army uniforms that probably could could use some preservation, and so they came in with an amount a little bit less than this. We decided that we would be able to give them a little bit more, and we feel that it's important to preserve the history of the town by preserving these old photographs that are literally disintegrating. Part D is to see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $13,000 from the Community Preservation Historic Reserve Fund estimated revenue for the purpose of completing the fencing around the historic Wenham Cemetery, and they're going to be expended under the direction of the Historic District Commission also. For those who haven't been up Wenham Road lately, there is a new subdivision, a five-home subdivision on Ohana Way, where the homes are not built yet. They got the developer to put in, I think, 2 sides of fences, and so there's now 2 sides that are still unfenced, and we know that I know the Historic District Commission came to us and said they were fearful that there would be more possible encroachment into the cemetery. This is probably the second oldest cemetery in Carver, and we feel it's a good expenditure of money to finish the fencing around it. The fencing will be in accordance with all the fencing that's there, so it will look good. And Part E is to see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $67,000 from the Historic Preservation Reserve Fund, estimated revenue for the purpose of repairing and replacing the exterior trim on the Union Society building in South Carver. Those funds are going to be expended under the direction of the Union Society. For those in town meeting who may not remember, we expended a fair amount of money in 2007 or maybe 2008 to redo all the shutters. The shutters were literally falling apart. We expended money to redo them all. The historically accurate shutters, everything that's done there is done historically accurate. The town of Carver has a historic preservation restriction on that property, so the exterior of that building must remain as is forever. And that is required by law, and it's been upheld very well by the Union Society membership. We think it's a good expense, and it helps keep probably the most photographed building in Carver looking good. So, Mr. Moderator, I don't know how people want to handle this. I have parts A, B, C, D, and E. If there's a desire to vote separately, or if there's a desire to just bundle them all and vote them all at once.
Well, let's hear some more discussion, and then we'll decide how we're going to break it up. Thank you. I also want to remind this group that when I was chairman of the Finance Committee, we gave a $5,000 grant to Union Society so they could seal the tops of the 4 little steeples. So, just an FYI. Mr. Garrettson. Pleasure to see you, sir.
The property in South Carver is the Slocum Gibbs Cranberry Company. My family and I have owned that for the last 106 years. Through the last, about 2.5 years ago, we came to the realization that we would not be able to continue to operate the farm. We talked about then what we were going to be doing, managing, selling, whatever. And we opted to talk to conservation people in the end. We'd like to see it go back to the same property that it was when my grandfather walked through the property at the turn of the century and decided to target this as something he would be able to build into a viable cranberry business. We've done that now for 106 years, and it's been very good. I'd like to see it and indulge you all with the beauty of the property. And Buzzards Bay approached us, and they've done some very successful projects outside. This is going to be a little bit different because there will be active cranberry farming on the property, and we have a multi-generational family that's going to come in and manage about 50 acres of cranberry bog. A lot of it is going to go out of production, but it will be managed back into the original wetlands that it was and be brought back thoughtfully and carefully. The land is a wonderful piece of property. Combined with the Wareham piece, there'll be about 900 acres that's going to be available for recreational land and going down along the river. And it's nice. Buzzards Bay has assured me that they'll be there to take care of it in the same manner that my family has for the last 106 years. It is a special piece of property. This is not an insubstantial amount of money that we're asking the town to put into this, but it is a beautiful piece of property. South Carver is a special place with the Williams family, the Makepeace family, and ours that have taken care of this beautiful spot. So as you go down Wareham Street at 90 miles an hour to get to Target or wherever, I'd appreciate your indulgence about looking at the cranberry bog on your left. That's still going to be there. At one time, that was an open pit iron mine that was mined for iron ore for the Charlotte furnace. And my grandfather had the vision to bring that back and make it into a productive cranberry bog. So with reluctance, we're doing this, but hopefully you all will have the benefit of being able to use this property in the future. And for perpetuity, it would be great to have it down there. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garrettson. Ms. Ferran?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I would want to know, is the residents in the town of Carver going to have access to the Weewantic River off of this property?
Oh, definitely. We asked that specifically of the Buzzards Bay Coalition, who will be managing it. Their plans are to have active areas for recreation, and you know they already know where they have parking. They know where they can get people out onto various bog roads or trails.
And will it allow hunting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Belvin?
Thank you very much. I appreciate you as a hunter and as a conservationist myself to be out there, so I appreciate this very much. I want people to understand that there's things like this that happen to this town that we need a little bit more of, because the town of Pembroke, they bought all their cranberry bogs, had them donated to them, and they did it to protect the water. That's how they got it, and they got tons of grants from it. So us doing things like this can also help us for protecting water sources. So thank you very much for doing this. To get back to my normal thing, and I think you may know what I'm going to say, is how much is in each one of the accounts for historic preservation, open space and recreation, and historic in the accounts right now?
I don't have those exact figures in front of me. I do know that in the reserve fund for historic preservation, we're putting in $3,000 this year. A housing reserve fund, we're putting in $88,000 this year. And the community preservation unrestricted reserve fund will be $342,850.
Aren't we supposed to be putting 10,000 in each one of those? Or 10%, sorry, 10% in each one of those?
10%, which is equal this year to about $88,000 per 10%.
So for historic preservation, we're only putting 3,000 of that, or?
That's because we've spent money in this article.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Bob. Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Bentley, just as a kind of a point of order, you said that you would allow recreational hunting, fishing, and I assume trapping as well. Is that part of the conservation restriction? Is so that it would happen in perpetuity and it can't be changed later?
The conservation restriction has not been written yet. I know that that's going to be worked out between the Conservation Commission and the Buzzards Bay Coalition. I assume that language will be put in there to allow for, because I heard Mr. Garrettson say that there would be hunting allowed, so I'm assuming that will be written in.
Mr. Garrettson, sir.
If I might, Mr. Moderator, that was part of the ideal that we wound up having Buzzards Bay come in. The property lends itself very much. I have been cranky about having people just come on freehand and hunt the property, but that's part of the benefit that's going to be there with Buzzards Bay. They do allow hunting on their properties, and that was in the agreement that we have that will be with them about having hunters come on the property for seasonal hunting. I don't know, though, how they will organize it, because it would need to be organized and managed in some way. But hunting will be allowed, and fishing.
Thank you, Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Belvin, quickly.
Through you to Mrs. Preval, can you tell us how much is in the accounts for the conservation, for the historic, open space, and housing?
Yes, I
Have
can.
that number?
You, Mr. Moderator. So for the Community Preservation Act, as of June 30th, 2024, we had $739,850.82 reserved for different encumbrances. These are projects that are already under contract. For open space reserve, we have $273,761.18. Of historic preservation, $577,872.18. Community housing, $789,631.18. And we have a CPA undesignated fund balance of $1,584,558.42.
Thank you very much. It's just, those numbers are important for everyone to really understand how much is in there. So if you have a project, go to them. They're going to work with you guys to do it, okay? So that's why I stand up and ask for how much money that is. So thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, as I say to the town meeting every year, we're always looking for great projects. We want you to come to us with your projects. We love to have projects that we can bring to town meeting that we think are going to be of benefit to the town.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Are we willing to vote on this as a lump sum, or do we want to break this up?
Lump sum.
Sounds good to me. Open the vote, please. 20 seconds to approve Article 9 as written in the warrant. Voting is open. Select Board was 4-0, FinCom was 5-0, and obviously the Community Preservation Committee was 4-0. And close the vote. 139 in favor and 8 opposed. Passes. Article 10.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 10 as printed in the warrant with the addition of a bill from AT&T Mobility in the amount of $871.16, with said sum to be transferred from the fiscal year 2025 police budget for a total appropriation of $1,896.54.
Any discussion on this? So you'll see in your warrant, there are 2 items out of the veterans. Thank you, sir. There are 2 items out of the veterans, 791.93 and 233.45, and this makes an amendment to that. So the motion, the motion is made and seconded. We can take this as a separate amendment to this, or we can vote this as proposed in the amendment to save some time. It's all in what you want to do. It's $1,800. Go ahead, Bob.
So we can't increase, we can only decrease on articles of money or whatnot. This bill that we have wasn't put in the, so we weren't notified of this prior to coming to this meeting of this bill. So this extra $1,000, right? It's an extra one on top of what we have?
$871.16.
Right. So really, we weren't notified.
It's the previous year's bill.
I understand that, but we weren't notified in this warrant article to actually talk about this or do anything with that motion. It would be like me coming in and say, hey, I want to increase money for another budget item. We can't do that.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Moderator, so we aren't asking you to increase the FY '25 bill. We're just, asking you to allow us to spend money out of the FY '25 budget, which means we'll be taking something else out of that budget to compensate for this bill.
Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Ewens. I'm sorry. Cameron, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Through you, Mr. Moderator. State law requires that if we have any prior year invoices for services through, this would have been June 30th, 2014, that were not paid during that fiscal year, then those invoices have to be paid out of current year money. And so that would mean that there are other things in the department would may need to reduce, but I'm not allowed to pay prior year invoices out of current year money, and that's why it's has to come forth to town meeting, because that's a state law. So for the Veterans Department, there was a vacancy in that department, and so when the new veterans agent came into this, and there were some invoices that they found that hadn't been paid, and so that's why you see them on this town meeting warrant. We're not asking for any additional money, it's just authorization to pay these prior invoices out of the current FY '25 budget, which was adopted last fiscal year.
Thank you, Karen. Council just said that in our bylaws that a 2/3 vote of town meeting will allow this amendment to go forward. and then a 4/5 vote of the body will be required to pass the entire article. So we're going to back up on just the amendment. Any discussion on just the amendment? Seeing no movement to the mic. On the amendment for Article 10, that moves to vote to approve, as printed in the warrant, the addition of a bill from AT&T Mobility in the amount of $871.16, with that sum to be transferred to the fiscal year 2025 police budget for a total appropriation of $1896.54. This will require a 2/3 vote. Open the vote, please. Ten seconds. Close the vote. That passes 153 to 17 for 170 total. On the motion itself, as amended, now this will require a 4/5 vote. 80% has to vote in favor of this. Any further discussion on the overall article? No movement to the mic. Open the vote, please. Begin your vote. Ten seconds. And close the vote. 165 to 19. It is passed on a 4/5. 165 for a total of 184. Moving on to Article 12. Investment of trust funds.
Moderator?
Yes, sir.
Move that the town approve Article 12 as written in the warrant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve Article 12 as printed in the warrant. I believe, Ms. Kay?
Hi, Kathy Kay, Treasurer Collector. So the state laws for the investment of trust funds in municipalities is very strict. The FY24 state budget, Chapter 28 of the Acts of 2023 includes a change to the standards for investment of trust funds in municipalities. Section 26 amends General Law, Chapter 44, Section 54, to insert a local acceptance provision that allows investment in accordance with the so-called prudent investment rule. This essentially allows for a broader range of investments. So voting yes for this acceptance of the local article will allow the town to invest our trust funds under the prudent investment rule. Prudent investing allows for much greater investment diversification opportunities than what is currently allowed under the Massachusetts legal list of investments. So prudent investing allows investment managers to use diversified mutual funds, ETFs, individual stocks, bonds, alternative investments, et cetera. And previously, these municipal funds had to adhere to a very short and restrictive list of stock and bond investments by law. So voting yes on this would allow for the potential of greater earnings of interest income for the town.
Thank you. Mr. Belbin?
Yes. All right. So this is what I did with the Waste District. All right. Did the same exact thing. We voted this in by our membership to go ahead and be able to invest the money. And we control it to make sure that it complies with the laws. And this is what we should be doing if we have money that we are allowed to do to make money off of that. And right now, thousands of dollars with the Waste District because we did this. So I want to thank you very much for for looking into this and getting it done and bringing it forward to us. I appreciate that. And one of the other things I want to say here is that we have a new finance director here, started last year. She's awesome. She knows what she's doing. And I want to thank you very much for everything you do here for this town.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Belvin. Any other movement to the microphone? Okay. Article 12, a select board vote of 5-0, and Mr. Maha?
0.
5-0 from the Finance Committee. Thank you. Open the vote, please. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Close the vote. 177 to 8 passes, 185 total. Article 13.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
I move that the town approve Article 13 as written in the warrant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded on Article 13 as written in the warrant. Who's presenting, Chief? Mr. Corbo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Moderator. So last year, the legislature enacted a new law called the Act Modernizing Firearms in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And one of the provisions of that law would prohibit the carrying of firearms by licensed individuals in most government buildings. However, the legislature added a carve-out for a local acceptance for each municipality to decide whether or not they would want to allow the carrying of firearms in their own community's administrative buildings. So if this article is approved, then the town would have the ability to allow licensed individuals to carry firearms in certain administrative buildings of the town. And the exact locations or buildings would be something that's decided between the police chief and the select board, and everyone will have notice of which buildings they're allowed to carry firearms into and which they're not.
But correct me, the schools will be absolutely out.
Oh, yes, the schools are, this would just be, administrative buildings like town hall,
Right.
places like that.
The schools are always off limits. Chief? Welcome. It was the chief's birthday 2 days ago, by the way, everybody. Chief Dufley,
Thank you very much. Mark Dufley.
pay for that tomorrow.
Thank you. So I don't have a lot to add to this right now. This legislation was passed this year by our legislature, and this part of it criminalizes the acts of law-abiding citizens who carry firearms where they already have been carrying them. I'll tell you from my standpoint is the last people that I'm worried about is the law-abiding citizens who've gone through the process, who've been vetted, who've taken the training, and been vetted through one of the most strenuous licensing process in the country. I'm not worried about those people. They're already doing this, voting for this and allowing this to happen, it's allow what's already been happening with no issues. We've not had any problems with law-abiding citizens carrying their firearms into any municipal building, cause any problems. So a vote for this allows that to continue. But a vote not for this makes those actions illegal and does nothing to prevent the actions of those already carrying firearms illegally from coming into municipal buildings. So a vote for this allows the citizens in this town who've already been vetted, who have a license, and are exercising their rights to continue to do so. I would suggest you vote yes for this. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, ma'am, please identify yourself.
Linda Jacobs, 41 Piper's Way. This article really frightens me because, and I'm not arguing against anyone's right to carry a gun, but I think that in public buildings, administrative buildings, it's very dangerous. It's not about whether people are good or bad. It's about how people react in stressful situations. many studies, which I'm sure you've read some of them, many studies show that people untrained in stressful situations are more likely to act out and be frightened legitimately and shoot people. And so if somebody fired a shot in a public building, other people who were carrying guns, perhaps, well-intentioned, would want to help, and guns could be fired. I would be afraid to go, to put in the money for my dog license, just because something could happen. Someone could hear a loud noise and think it was a gunshot and decide to protect people. And they're not the private citizens, whether they've been vetted and passed, I don't have a gun, but whatever you have to do to have a gun, fine, but they're not trained to respond to stressful, frightening situations. And studies have shown that people in unexpected situations often accidentally kill other people. And I really, really urge people not to vote for this. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, and then you.
Paul Johnson, 3 Laurie Lane, also the president of the Sportsman's Club. A question for the police chief. Were there any significant issues with the firearms possessions in prohibited areas prior to the adoption of Chapter 135 in the town of Carver?
Chief?
Mr. Moderator, no, not at this time.
Thank you. How does adopting Article 13 change or alter the town's policies with respect to possession of firearms on town properties as they existed prior to the enactment of Chapter 135? Yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please? Sorry.
How does the adoption of Article 13 change or alter the town's policies with respect to possession of firearms on town's property as they existed prior to the enactment of Chapter 135? Does this represent a change or a return to the way it was?
A return to the way it was.
Thank you. So it's fair to say we're debating here tonight a return to policy that's existed and kept us safe for years in the town of Carver. I'd like to point out that specifically Chapter 135, Section 124K1 deals with administrative areas only. Chapter 139 allows the town to exempt these areas from possession of the prohibition of firearms possession. The next subsection speaks to polling and early voting places, and there's no exemption for possession in these areas. In other words, you don't have to be concerned. There's nobody going to be carrying in a voting place when voting is going on. Chapter 135 further in Section 5 allows the adoption of policy further restricting the possession of firearms in areas under their control. The adoption of any policy does not prevent somebody with bad intentions from bringing a firearm into administrative areas. It only makes it illegal to do so. If only making something illegal would prevent bad things from happening, life would be a whole lot easier than it is now. What Chapter 135 does is prevent law-abiding citizens who train, licensed, and vetted by a chief of police from using their firearms in the defense of themselves and their fellow citizens. I would ask you to remember that part of the defense here is the crooks worrying about who they have to worry about when they enter a building. That we want to preserve that for us.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Sir?
How you doing? Ben Dexter, 149 High Street. Just so some of you have a background for me, I've been a police officer nearly 20 years. I'm a police sergeant in a neighboring municipality. In addition to that, I went to law school. My focus has been on Massachusetts firearms laws for approximately the past 15 years. I fully support the chief's article here. I think it is a good idea. I think it's good policy. I think when you go into a building, if you have malicious intent, then you should be concerned about who in there may be able to oppose you. I think that's a good idea. I don't like the idea of making some of our town buildings, potential targets for things. And again, we're just putting the law back to the way it was. So if your concern is, I'm going to be scared now walking into a government building, well, you haven't been for the past 200 years, so nothing much is changing. In addition to that, the legislature purposely gave us this ability to vote on this. They gave us this option. It was part of the design of the legislation So I think we should embrace it. We should take this opportunity to express our self-determination away from Beacon Hill. God knows there's not enough of that nowadays, especially when it comes to affordable housing and things like that. So I would very much urge you to support this article. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben. I think Debbie was up first.
He was.
Hey, Debbie.
I'm Debbie Gesualdo. I reside at 204 Main Street. I'm not here to get in the weeds of the veracity of the qualifications for the people who do carry firearms in the town, but I am here because I believe that a couple of people issues may have been overlooked. The first people issue is this. The town hall has employees. Most of those employees belong to SEIU 888. That is a labor union. Something like this is a change in working conditions. Now, I'm not speaking for them, I'm just saying what I know. It's a change in working conditions. So I'm aware probably the town administrator and probably the Board of Select Board know that they're going to have to go to this union and say, this is a change in your working conditions. We have to discuss this. So I want to be clear, we owe these employees time to think about this, what they want, do they want it, is it great? I don't know what they think, but that is a people concern. We have employees that will somehow be affected by this. Secondly, every single school committee meeting, I watch almost all of them, there are children present, okay? We teach our children in Carver, and I am a retired teacher, and I was employed by the town when the Connecticut Newtown children were shot. And we started active shooter training. And we did that year after year after year after year. I retired almost, believe it or not, 6 years ago. I believe that training is still carrying forward. So we've trained the children in the town very carefully and very consistently. This is what you do if you see a firearm. This is what you have to remember. Where are the exits? What do you do? We've trained them. They know what to do. I'd be safer with a pile of 10th graders and 5th graders than I would with my neighbors and family in a situation like that. They know what to do. We've invested so much in that. Every time there are children at a school committee meeting, and that committee meeting meets in the town hall, most of those kids are invited there. Teachers invite them, coaches invite them, the superintendent invites them, the school committee invites them. This becomes an extended classroom. Now what? My suggestion is if this does pass, school committee has to meet elsewhere. No more town hall. We have to be consistent. There are people and children involved. It's not a gun control issue. It's nothing like that. I've come to the conclusion years ago, I don't understand this gun stuff because my parents wouldn't let me watch Westerns or violent shows. So I don't know, I'll never understand it. So it's not that issue. It is the issue of people and children. So we need to be very careful here how this is handled. And I thank you for your time.
Stephanie.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Clardy. I live at 26 Russell Trufant Road. I want to be very clear, what I'm about to say does not represent anything that's been voted on or determined by the Carver School Committee. I'm simply speaking as a resident. So as Mrs. Gesualdo so eloquently mentioned, the Carver School Committee meetings are conducted in Meeting Room 1 at Carver Town Hall. So we do have students at every meeting from the elementary school, middle high school students. So my concern is that even though people could be carrying now and we might not see it, they would be allowed to bring those firearms into our meetings where there are children present. So that is my concern. We have in the past, prior to my being on the school committee, had our meetings in other locations in our community, but there have been issues with sound. So the best sound quality that we've had to run our meetings so that we can be as transparent as possible and have them broadcast live on Area 58 is in Meeting Room 1 at Carver Town Hall. That doesn't mean that we can't decide to take measures to move those meetings. I would rather not see that happen because I like the fact that we are such a large part of this community and such a large part of our budget as residents, as taxpayers, goes to the schools. So I like the fact that we meet in town hall. So I just wanted everyone to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Ben? Oh, go ahead, Bob.
So,
Second time up.
no, this is first. I wasn't,
Oh, you were up before.
all right, so
Just seems like you've been up all night.
I know, it's all right. It's, get used to it. You should already be here. All right, so I'm a gun owner. All right, I started out when I was a kid working at Kmart, got a license, FID card, so I could actually sell shotguns to people, all right, at 18. And that was bizarre to me, but whatever. I filled out all the paperwork, submitted it in, and it got the thumbs up, all right? I have kids, I train my kids on how to use a firearm. They've been to hunter safety, they've been to my safety, which I think is a little more stringent than hunter safety, because I have a lot more ideas of what goes on in stressful environments. Almost 10 years in the military as a medic, but I meant most of my time on a firing range of one way or another. All right. I also worked with the MPs on their training. I'm an active member in my SEIU in my hospital, which is like the worst place to go because you can't carry a firearm in there. Nobody has a firearm. The security doesn't. The only thing you have is your hands. And I've been to a couple of things where my hands saved me and saved other people. All right? I'm there to help. Okay? I'm not there to hurt. As a select board member, I carried a firearm. Every meeting I carried a firearm at that select board meeting. All right? Was anybody scared when I was there? Heck no. Okay? Now, what's going to happen here now is that if I go to town hall, I got to take my gun, lock it up in my car, and walk into town hall. Now my car, it's locked in my car, but guess what? Someone can steal my car, steal my gun, all right? But I got to follow the laws and not walk it in. You don't know if I'm carrying or not. We're not going into schools. I go to Walmart. I carry in Walmart. What do they say out front? Keep it concealed. That's what they want. That's what I do, all right? I'm there to help. I'm not there to hurt. I'm a licensed gun owner. I'm happy being a licensed gun owner. I protect my license, all right, by doing everything that I can do to make sure I follow the laws. And I don't want to be a criminal because I carry a gun into town hall and I forget, oops, oh my God, now I'm arrested and I lose my license to carry. All right? How can I protect my family then if I lose that? This is nothing more than when I do it now or I do it later. In the future, I did it. Nobody said anything to me before. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Donna?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, to the chairman of the school committee. The question is, all along you've been meeting at the town hall and there's never been a problem. And the law has been basically, we'd be voting on the same law to keep it intact. Furthermore, my concern is you have a beautiful auditorium here. Why don't you move your school committee meetings to this wonderful auditorium?
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, may I respond?
You
Before
can.
I go down to the floor? Or is this, okay. As I mentioned in my statement, we have issues with audio in this auditorium with broadcasting meetings live. People that have been to our meetings when we've held them here can certainly attest to that. I know our students can. It happens every single time we have a meeting here. That's because we don't have the funds to invest in the audio equipment to bring it up to the level that it is now. At our school committee meeting that took place at Town Hall last night, we did not have microphones because the equipment was brought here in preparation for today. So it was a learning opportunity for us. Next time, next year we will not schedule a meeting ahead of time because I'm concerned about the sound quality. So that answers that question. It's like I said, this is just my personal opinion. I did not represent the committee in making the statement that I made. I just think it's important that everyone realize that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dewhurst, do you have some new information, or is this going to be?
It's going to be a very intelligent summation.
Okay. Well, I look forward to that, sir. 3 minutes.
I'll take one. Like a lot of people here, I have an LTC, license to carry. I've never felt the need to carry a gun into a public building, but it just never came up. I've heard a lot of good points on both sides of this, but it's a bit confusing. I, again, am somewhat undecided, but in cases like this, given the history and given the experience, I tend to go with the police chief in matters of public safety. So I'd recommend that we vote for this.
Thank you, sir. Any other movement to the microphones? Hearing none. Mr. Dexter, you're all set? Well, you moved your seat, that's why. All right, on the question, Article 13, this was approved by the Select Board 4-0. I assume the fifth member was out of town that week or something? Okay. Just because I was nosy. Open the voting, please. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. And close the vote. 44 to 41, the motion passes for a total of 185. Article 14, to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 39, Section 23D, the Mullen Rule.
The moderator, I move the town approve Article 14 as written in the warrant.
I need a second. Motion made and seconded. Who is talking Article 14? Mr. Gray. How are you, sir?
Evening. I'll try to be brief on this. We've been going almost 3 hours tonight. We still have quite a bit to cover.
We still got another 3 or 4 to go, don't worry.
Somebody's got to bring in the pizza. But thank you for recognizing me. To the members of the various town departments and officials,
Excuse me, can you speak up just a little bit? I want to make sure everybody can hear.
or the members of the various town departments and officials who are here this evening, as well as all members of the town meeting who have attended tonight. My name is Stephen Gray, and I am the chairman of the Carver Zoning Board of Appeals, also the former chairman of the Governance Committee in the town of Carver. And I've been asked to speak to the Mullen Rule tonight. The Mullen Rule is a rule that's been on the books in the state of Massachusetts now for 20 years. And what it says is that everyone who's a voting member of a board, commission, or committee that's involved in an adjudicatory hearing must attend all hearings or before being allowed to vote. Now, we know that with adjudicatory hearings, by the way, we're talking about decisions that are made with regard to requests for special permits and variances especially. Now, we know that life can intervene, right? And people get ill, or they have travel obligations or some sort of child care issue, and they're not always available to attend. The current application of the Mullen Rule would disqualify those people missing just one hearing from being able to vote on the eventual decision rendered by that board, committee, or commission. Now, the state has allowed a carve-out under the Mullen Rule, which says that so long as that person who misses a meeting can certify in writing that they have reviewed a transcript of the meeting that they missed, or has reviewed the video of the meeting that they missed, so long as they can certify that in writing, they can come back the next time and be allowed to vote on the result that the hearing is eventually going to come to. Now, the problem with the Mullen Rule as it currently exists, without that carve-out that I just talked about, is that if a meeting member does miss one meeting, then it could jeopardize a quorum for that board, committee, or commission that is hearing this particular adjudicatory hearing. I can tell you from long experience, being the chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals, that we are often dealing with complex legal issues that require multiple hearings. This is also true of other boards and committees in towns that are required or are being asked to vote on adjudicatory matters, such as the Conservation Commission and the Earth Removal Committee and others. So we don't want to jeopardize quorums because one person might be missing. If they review that meeting on their own and come back and certify that they have familiarized themselves with what happened, this, I feel, is an appropriate thing. So we avoid issues with quorums. We avoid having to have repeated continuances until full boards are present. And most importantly, I think, for the applicants and petitioners who come before these boards, it really is important from a fairness standpoint that they be given the opportunity and should have the expectation of having a timely result and a timely vote on what it is that brought them before the board, committee, or commission in the first place. Now, before I sit down, I do want to tell you that most of the towns in our area, in our immediate area, have already voted in favor of allowing this carve-out that would allow someone to miss just one meeting. I want to emphasize that it's just one meeting, ladies and gentlemen. This is not for someone who might be repeatedly absent. They're given one chance, and then if they miss a meeting a second time on the same case, they would not be allowed to vote. Now, the various towns in our area that have voted in favor of this carve-out include places like Plymouth and Middleborough and Pembroke and Plimpton and Wareham and Rochester and Lakeville and Marion and Bourne, and the list goes on and on. So again, our feeling is that it's now time for Carver to get in lockstep with the rest of these towns who understand the efficacy of this particular carve-out to the state Mullen Rule, and it will protect your own boards, committees, and commissions from having to tread water while they wait for all committee members to be present on an adjudicatory hearing vote. So thank you for your time, Mr. Moderator. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. I'll open it up for discussion. Mr. Shea.
Yes, good evening. This is the third year in a row that this has been on our warrant. We resoundingly turned it down 2 years ago. It was put on last year. Let's just say outside of the proper legal avenues. So it's back here again. It's frankly a waste of time. All of these committees either have alternates, unseated alternates, or eligible for them. They are very complex issues, it's true, but that's why we need alternates, to bring them in, to encourage the boards to develop alternates that can learn. Both the ZBA and the Conservation Commission have very, very tough learning curves, as the planning board does too. I'm not in favor of it. I think it's important to do your job. I don't think you can get a feel for the evidence or the people that present it or the residents if you're not there. If you're not there to listen to what people have to say. I think it's more important that community get involved and start learning with these boards and sitting on these boards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other movement to the microphone? Seeing none. To open the vote for Article 14, this was voted 5-0 from the Select Board, 2-1 on the Board of Health, Conservation Commission 3-1-1, and the Zoning Board of Appeals 5-0. Open the vote. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. And close the vote. 101 to 51, the motion passes.
Mr. Moderator,
152. Ms. Rand,
I'd like to reconsider Article 13.
needs a second. Motion made and seconded for reconsideration of Article 13. Any comment? Hearing none. So let me see if I get this right this time now. A yes vote will bring it back to the floor to discuss. A no vote will put it to bed permanently. You open the vote on Article 13 or a motion to reconsider. Please cast your vote. Ten seconds. Close the vote. Yes. That's right. It's an Article 13. It's a motion to allow. That's right. It's a reconsideration to Article 13. We already voted on it. This is to reconsider voting on it. It is a yes vote of 19, a no of 136. The motion fails. The article's put to bed. 19, 136. Article 15.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 15 as printed in the warrant.
Motion made and seconded on Article 15 as printed in the warrant. Who is speaking on this? Mr. Roach.
Mr. Moderator, good evening. I'm Joe Roach. I'm the town assessor. Article 15 is to adopt Clause 22I, which is a new veterans exemption that was created in August of last year through the HEROES Act. Clause 22I would allow the town to increase the veterans. All right, speaking up. Clause 22I would increase various veterans exemptions by a COLA every year as determined by DOR. So we've got several veterans exemptions. They range primarily from $400 to $1,000. So you add a 5% COLA on a 400 exemption, that exemption goes from 400 to 420. So that would go up every year and increase the veterans exemption. This is recommended by the Board of Assessors, and it helps veterans stay in their home and reduce their tax burden.
Thank you, Joe. Any other movement to the mic? As Joe said, this was voted 3-0. The assessors 5-0 by the Select Board. Seeing no movement. Open the voting on Article 15, please. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Close the vote. And that passes 156 to 7. Total of 163. Article 16.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 16 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded on Article 16. Article 16. Mr. Roach, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So Clause 22J was approved, created at the same time last year. This allows the town to up to double veterans exemptions. So like I said, we have several veterans exemptions that range from $400 to $1,000. So your $400 exemption, you can now double it to an $800 exemption. That's for somebody who has a 10% service-connected disability. 100% service-connected disability would receive a $1,000 exemption. That would increase to $2,000. This gets applied to their February and May tax bill, and it would affect 113 veterans who currently apply for the exemptions in town.
Thanks, Joe. Any other movement to the mic? Seeing none? We open the vote for Article 16. Voting is open. You may begin. 20 seconds. And 10 seconds. And close the vote. That passes 151 to 10. 161 total. Article 17.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 17 as printed in the warrant.
Motion made and seconded on Article 17. Who's up on that one? Joe,
I could have just stayed up, sorry.
welcome back.
Welcome back. All right, so this is for 4 solar pilots. A solar pilot is a payment in lieu of tax agreement. This is for 4 solar developments that are already built in the town of Carver. A pilot payment in lieu of tax agreement is not a tax break. These are negotiated in accordance with Department of Revenue guidelines. We're collecting over 20 years through a pilot agreement what we would otherwise collect through taxation. We do this for several reasons. Pilots cover personal property. Personal property is an unsecured collectible, meaning it's difficult to collect if people choose not to pay. A pilot gives you increased collection mechanisms. Personal property, you have a vending machine on your property, you buy it for $1,000, 20 years later it's worth 100. A solar farm would do the same thing. It depreciates down in value. Solar pilots stabilize that payment and increase the payments the town receives over a 20-year period. So the town will make increasing revenues over 20, 25 years, the length of these agreements. You get increased collections, and it's a more secure way to collect money we would otherwise collect.
Thank you, Joe. On Article 18, I'm sorry. Getting ahead of myself here. Article 17, if wishing only made it so. Any movement to the mic? Seeing none. Open the vote, please, on Article 17. Begin your vote. Ten seconds. Close the vote. 136 to 20, passes 156 total. Article 18.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 18 as written in the warrant.
Motion made and seconded to approve Article 18 as written in the warrant. And who is? Ms. Kay.
Hi, Kathy Kay again. So this article is really just to bring the town's bylaw language up to what the state has changed. The state has made alterations, amendments to the denial of license and permits. So it's just really changing our language to coincide with the state's language.
Was voted on 4-0 of the Select Board and 5-0 from the Finance Committee. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Article 18, open the vote, please. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Close the vote, please. That passes 133 to 18. For 151 total. Article 19.
Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 19 as printed. Warrant.
Motion made and seconded, Article 19. Sir,
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emil Singh. I'm the Carver Conservation Agent, and I've been asked to speak on the next 4 articles, which consist of revisions to the Carver Wetlands bylaw. And I've also been asked by the chair of the Carver Conservation Commission, Savory Moore, to read a letter on his behalf. He's not here tonight, so with your permission, Mr. Moderator.
Savory did call me and ask me if I would allow that because he said he would not be able to be here tonight. And out of respect for Savory, I said yes. So, please.
Thank you. The Carver Conservation Commission strives on consistency in our rulings. Consistency also helps with property owners, farmers, growers, and developers. Delineations of wetlands which are vague or unknown make our job more judgmental and less black and white. All cranberry bogs function as wetlands. However, the Mass Wetlands Protection Act makes a distinction between bogs created from uplands or wetlands originally. The state act does not take jurisdiction over upland cranberry bogs, quote unquote, which limits our ability to protect these resource areas and regulate projects around them. This creates a gray area of jurisdiction since these areas are not clear to the naked eye. There have been building developments recently which have stretched the current bylaws and end up with structures, driveways, grading, tree removal, and more very close to cranberry bogs. Carver is a town full of cranberry bogs. The articles we are asking you to approve tonight defining cranberry bogs based on its past and current use, regardless of original land type, and specifically adding cranberry bogs to the areas of the Conservation Commission jurisdiction, will eliminate this uncertainty and protect all the cranberry bogs in the town of Carver. Approving the articles is good for Carver for 4 reasons. 1, it is for the residents, since it will serve to help protect our open space and rural character, which is important to many of you. It is good for the property owners, since they will now know exactly where the wetland delineation is, and they won't have to spend exorbitant amounts of money digging boreholes to determine if or where a former natural wetland was. 3, it is good for developers, since they will know exactly where the wetland delineation are and will determine the viability of a project even before the property is purchased. 4, it is good for the Conservation Commission because it removes judgment on our part, which can sometimes be contentious. On behalf of all 5 Conservation Commissioners, I ask that you support our articles regarding cranberry bogs this evening. We all believe in the best interests of Carver's future. Thank you, Savory Moore, Chairman, Carver Conservation Commission. So that was from Savory, and I would just add to that, this specific article is to add a definition into the bylaw of cranberry bogs. The Carver Conservation Bylaw is here to help us protect and regulate our wetland resources in the town. Carver has a lot of wetlands, and Carver is kind of unique in the aspect that we have a lot of farming in wetland areas. And I think that's a beautiful part of Carver and the community of Carver. You know, the agriculture is really special here. So we want to continue to protect these areas and continue to allow growers to do, you know, what they do here in Carver. And, you know, the Conservation Commission wants to be very clear that these changes to the bylaw are not to, you know, additionally regulate cranberry farming and what cranberry growers are doing. You know, cranberry growers will still continue to enjoy the same exemptions that they have currently through the, you know, Wetlands Protection Act and the Carver Conservation Commission bylaw. But, you know, this is just to serve to help the Conservation Commission make sure that they are protecting all of the cranberry bogs in Carver, because the state kind of makes a distinction between bogs that were built in upland areas originally and then bogs that were kind of built around natural wetlands. So these 4 articles address that. And I'll be here to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
On Article 19, yes, sir.
My name is Larry Lewis, 10 Jefferson Way, Carver. One of the things I'm concerned about in this is that it refers to land that was grown, cultivated, or harvested during the last 10 years. And it's not saying that it's currently being used as a cranberry bog, okay? And one of the things that concerns me is that I'm very aware of that some large cranberry growers have been converting cranberry bogs to sand harvesting. And this says, this doesn't say is currently being used as a cranberry bog. It says during the last 10 years it has been used. So can that question be addressed?
Sure. So the reason that they added the within the last 10 years kind of stipulation is because in several cases around town, bogs have been essentially abandoned. And at that point, they go back to a more of a natural wetland, which wouldn't really be considered necessarily a cranberry bog. It would be more of a, you know, like a wooded swamp, or just your traditional, you know, swamp.
Yeah.
So this does, you know, include this wording. You know, I kind of agree with you. It's maybe a little bit confusing, but it does include everything, you know, that is currently being cultivated as well as everything within the last 10 years.
Okay, I understand what you're saying there, but my question is more, what happens if a cranberry grower decides, as some large cranberry growers have decided, that harvesting sand is much more lucrative than growing cranberries? And let's say in the past it was a cranberry bog, you know, does this provision address that at all? The fact that it could be used for something other than cranberries?
So I think sand areas where, you know, sand comes from typically is coming from an upland area, not a wetland area. Even, you know, quote unquote upland cranberry bogs are functioning as wetlands. They're just like any other wetland. They've just been created in an area where, you know, an upland was. So this is specifically regulating areas that have already been, you know, kind of transferred into, you know, being a wetland area.
Okay.
Areas where sand is being removed, you know, are typically existing upland areas. So this isn't really specifically targeting anything to do with, you know, sand removal. It's specifically just trying to make sure that the Carver Conservation Commission has the ability to protect every single cranberry bog in the town of Carver. You know, areas where adjacent to cranberry bogs that are viable for sand removal, they may or may not be within, you know, a jurisdictional area from, a buffer zone to a bog. But this would, create, if there is an area adjacent to a bog, that's within 100 feet, then that would fall subject to the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction. Right now, as it stands, if there's a bog that was created in an upland area, quote-unquote upland bog, that area is not subject to permitting under the, Wetlands Protection Act and the Carver Wetlands Bylaw. So, that area that whole bog could be filled in potentially, houses could be built on top of that. So that's something that the Carver Conservation Commission is very concerned with, development in and around, cranberry bogs. So, yes, it is an important, issue to, the sand removal thing, but this is not really specifically.
Okay, so you're saying basically that somebody taking a cranberry bog and not using it for cranberries, but harvesting sand is not likely to happen in a wetland area. And
Exactly.
that's the point you're making.
Exactly.
Mr. Moderator, through you, a point of order. The conservation agent cannot be answering legal questions about
Understand that.
hypothetical
Understand.
situations
Right.
that may never be occurring, and I think that is out.
Trying to give some latitude because I know where this gentleman was going with these questions. Thank you, Neil.
Sure.
Anybody else? Mr. Maynard?
Alan Maynard, 148 Plymouth Street, Carver. I note that this town has existed as a corporate entity for 235 years, and I've been here for 23 and a half years, so I've been here for 10% of it. And I'm glad we finally got around to defining what a cranberry bog is. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Mr. Shea?
Yes, Cornelia Shea, 148 Plymouth Street. I'm curious because I have much the same concerns in regards to why are we going back 10 years? Has there been some sort of registration of cranberry bogs? Do we know where cranberry bogs are? Or do we know which ones have been abandoned? Because it only takes a couple of years for a cranberry bog to go back to its natural state. But I also noticed that the very next warrant article is all about agricultural exemptions. So I'm curious, the DEP recently recognized it, and they recognize it as active cranberry bogs that are actively being farmed and produced. They also have two other categories, and abandoned and retired. So are we going to start registering bogs, or are we going to go into the past 10 years and registered bogs in regards to this to decide what is it or isn't a bog? Honestly, I think this is just to get a much larger section, because honestly, the DEP says a bog is a bog. Once it goes back to its fallow ground and it's wet and it's damp, it's wetlands. It's not a 10-year-old cranberry bog. I would like to make a motion to strike the words.
You need to make out an amendment, Mr. Shea.
I have one in my hand.
Then it's an amendment you're making.
And I would, thank you very much. I would like to make an amendment. A motion to amend, to strike the words, quote, or have previously been grown, unquote, and, quote, during the last 10 years, quote. And that would leave it as currently or actively being used as cranberry bogs.
It's a motion and a second on the amendment. Be so kind.
Steve Ward, 46 Mile Standish Drive.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So this is the first I've seen of this.
Yes.
Is this, have you talked to any growers about this, or is it through just the Conservation Commission, Emil?
No, this is specifically, the Conservation Commission's concerns regarding wetlands protection and wetlands permitting in the town of Carver. Again, we're not trying to add additional regulations to cranberry growers and their normal operations. This is simply to make sure that all cranberry bogs in the town of Carver are, considered wetlands. These cranberry bogs, they function as wetlands once they've been established. The state does make a distinction between, cranberry bogs that were created in upland areas and they don't take jurisdiction over those. This is the Carver Conservation Commission, asking the town to allow them to take jurisdiction for, the projects that come up in and around cranberry bogs, specifically, housing developments, that kind of thing is the concern of the commission. Cranberry growing and operations that are exempt from the state regulations, would not be affected by this, and that's actually something that the commission is trying to reinforce with one of their other articles.
Thank you.
So it sounds like the purpose of the 10 years is if I take my bog out of production for a period of time, I can still bring it back. So I think the change may cause a problem with me.
Sure. Yeah, so, the state regulation allows for, if people are, managing their cranberry bog within, a certain time period, even if the bog does, have trees growing and things like that, within a certain period, I think it's a 5-year period, they will allow you to, return that to cultivation. So this is allowing for, a little bit more leeway there.
I really would like to keep that ability to bring it back if say I make a mistake, want to bring it back, whatever that leeway. So, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question about,
Talking about the amendment now, this is the amendment to strike the 10-year and to strike,
okay, so I can't ask a question about the,
but the general article, no. We're working on the amendment, which is what Steve Ward brought up. Sir?
Mr. Moderator, if anybody's driven down Pond Street or Cranberry Road, you'll actually see some bogs that look like they're abandoned. They've been abandoned for 5, maybe 10 years. Contrary to what Mr. Shea says, they don't go to 100% trees in 2 years. They still actually look like a bog. They can be cleared of trees and can be growing cranberries again. So voting for Mr. Shea's amendment is not appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. Shea, this is your second time up.
Yes, it's just a quick, some cranberry bogs do. I live 3 doors down. It's been vacant for 5 years. It's totally gone back to natural. So I understand your point, Mr. Bentley. But the problem is, where do we stop? The state already says you can go back 5 years. So where do we stop? We're going back 10 years, 20 years? We're already doubling it. That's my problem, is why? Why are we going over it like this? Taking it out of production is not making it not a cranberry bog, but it being abandoned, it could have been abandoned for 5, 8 years. So the problem is, where do we start and where do we stop? Because there's no registration of cranberry bog, so somebody's going to come in, say this is a cranberry bog. Who are we to argue? Because we haven't registered them, we don't know where they are. That's my point.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Stay with me for 1 second because my timer is about to die.
Dave Hall, 15 Lakeview Street. I'm the vice chair of the Conservation Commission. I think, Connie Shea, a little bit, you misunderstand what's going on. The reason that we want to do the 10-year thing is mostly applies to upland bogs. Currently, right now, if a bog can be abandoned and it was once upland area, you can then fill it in and build a house on it, okay? So if we keep the 10-year thing in there, it makes it a little more restrictive for doing that kind of activity. You understand that? Yeah, that works. It doesn't apply to a wetlands is still a wetlands, okay? If it was once an upland and it converted to a bog, it may not be in the state laws. Maybe Emil can correct me on this, but it then is now not considered a wetland or a bog anymore. Follow that? Yeah, and that's where the 10-year thing came in. Well, no,
So we're still trying to get on the amendment here, and I really want to
I
move this along.
I would.
We're running out of,
I would recommend not approving this amendment, though.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments on the amendment? May I have the amendment? May I have the amendment, yes? Let me read it again. The amendment to Article 19 is to remove the words "or have previously been grown" and also the words "during the last 10 years." That motion was made and seconded. Any other comments on that, on the amendment? Open the voting, please, on the amendment. 20 seconds. Thank you. 10 seconds. And close the vote. And the amendment fails, 24 to 124. On the original motion, as printed in the warrant, any further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question. I've attended various meetings, earth removal, zoning boards of appeal, conservation. So when it's discussed about when people want to remove some earth or expand their bog, and they're talking about how far they're going to be or how close they're going to be to a wetland area, how will this amendment affect that?
Yes, so this amendment would affect that in the way that, a upland bog that's considered an upland bog under the state regulations, which would be a bog that was created out of an upland area originally, that would not, have a buffer zone that would be included for a project like that. If someone wanted to do an earth removal or expand their bog within 100 feet of an upland bog, they would not, have to file with the Conservation Commission.
Okay, but there would be that buffer zone of 100 feet.
This would add the buffer zone of 100 feet.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? On Article 19, as written in the warrant, Select Board 5-0, Conservation Commission 5-0 was the vote on that. Open the voting, please, 20 seconds. And close the vote. Passes 88 to 61 for a total of 149. Article 20,
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 20 as printed in the warrant.
motion made and seconded on Article 20. I assume you're going to speak on all four of these, Emil, so let's try to get into some Reader's Digest version of these articles, because I'd like to
Sure.
try to move this along. It's 10
Yes.
o'clock. Is anybody looking to take a break, or are we just going to keep going?
Going.
I'm okay with that. I think it's a great idea. Let's go.
Sure, so I'll be very brief. This is simply to add the words cranberry bog to two sections of our statement of jurisdiction. Right now, we have a Carver wetlands bylaw regulation that says you can't build a new single-family dwelling within 100 feet of any cranberry bog without a variance from the Conservation Commission. So this, is adding the word cranberry bog into another section, which, is simply adding, regulation of these, cranberry bogs that we just defined in the last one.
Okay, thank you. Anybody? Perfect. 20 seconds on the clock, and open the vote. Ten seconds. Close the vote. Passes 99 to 46. On Article 21,
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I move the town approve Article 21 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
motion made and seconded for Article 21. Neil, go ahead. Same rules as the last time. Reader's Digest, please.
Yeah, so this one is specifically to add the wording "or as exempted by 310 CMR 10.04 for land and agricultural use" to our statement of jurisdiction. That's referring to the state regulations for exemptions for agricultural land. We have a lot of agricultural land, as I mentioned before, and a lot of cranberry growing. And we want to make sure that the cranberry growers are still enjoying those exemptions that they do under the state act. And this is, how the Conservation Commission has been operating for many years. It's just, we wanted to add specific language that reinforces that so that people, aren't coming and asking us every time, do we need to, file for agriculturally exempt projects.
Thank you. Anybody? Select Board voted 4-0, Conservation 5-0. Seeing no movement to the mic. 20 seconds on the clock. Open the voting, please. Ten seconds. And close the vote. 122 to 25 passes. Article 22.
You, Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 22 as printed.
Second.
Perfect. Article 22. Same rules, Emil.
Thank you. So this one's pretty straightforward. We're just asking to increase the fine from $50 to $100 per day that a violation exists. So the Carver Conservation Commission, in order to enforce its bylaw, it needs a little bit more teeth to actually, uphold and regulate its bylaw. I think sometimes, $50 a day is kind of a, slap on the wrist for some, issues that we come across. So we're simply asking to increase that $50 to $100, and for each violation to constitute a separate offense.
Thank you. Anybody on this one? No. And set the timer, please, for 20 seconds. And open the vote. Uh-oh. Five seconds. Close the vote. That passes 97 to 32.
Thanks, everyone.
97 to 32. Thank you. Article 23. Was
Mr.
handed
Moderator,
this
Mr. Moderator.
by- Excuse me a minute. I was just handed this. Is this a modification of the current article?
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I need to, let's get it opened and seconded first, then, I'm sorry.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to defer to the Chair of the Planning Board on this article to make the motion.
Through you,
Mr. Moderator, I move to amend section 29.
But we need, before we can do that, I'm sorry, Kevin, we have to open the article. So we need a motion to open the article. So anybody.
Proposed
Motion to open?
Motion to open Article 23. I need a motion. As printed in the warrant.
Mr. Moderator, through you, might I suggest a motion of, I move to approve Article 23 as printed in the warrant?
I move to approve Article 23 as printed in the warrant.
Perfect. And a second? Thank you. Now we have it open. Now we can discuss, you're about to modify it?
Yes. So, I move to amend section 290-2-2.6B2 to add the words, in parentheses, or half the gross floor area, whichever is smaller, to the end of the section, and to amend the definition of accessory apartment, also known as accessory dwelling unit, ADA, to add the words, as further defined in Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 1A, at the end of the definition, and that the town approve Article 23 in Section 290-2-2.6B8B to add the words, unless otherwise waived by the Carver Fire Department.
Okay, now for the benefit of everyone in the room, we need someone to stand up and speak English here, because this is very difficult to start striking and crossing out and doubling over. So, Mr. Bott, if you would be so kind, I don't know who wrote these, but I'm assuming that you had input.
Yes, Mr. Moderator.
With you in a minute, Bob.
I'm
Mr.
Tom
Bott.
Bott, I'm the town planner here in Carver, Mass. These motions were things recommended by town council in their review of the article approved by the planning board. There were 4 recommendations from town council. Prior to this meeting, the planning board met as they always do prior to town meeting and discussed those 4 recommendations from town council. 2 of them were accepted in whole to add the gross floor area wherever it's smaller and to approve the definition. One of the things that town council recommended not having in the article was the provision that was voted by the planning board that will require for a, pardon me just a second. So under section B, 8, section 2.6B8B. The definition, or that section says pursuant to Massachusetts general law, pardon me, a detached accessory apartment shall require a separate address. Part B is access for emergency response via a 12-foot wide all-weather surface driveway with a 2-foot clearance on each side. That is what the planning board wrote in our motion, in our meeting this evening, to have that discussion about accepting those motions for recommendations from town council. The planning board added the words, or unless otherwise waived by the Carver Fire Department. So essentially what the bylaw says, if you're going to do an accessory housing unit detached in your backyard, the fire department would like to see a 12-foot wide, all-weather surface in order to get to that, that area. Planning board just added the words, unless otherwise waived by the fire department.
Mr. Moderator?
Hold on one second. Yeah, Mr. Corvo, go ahead.
That's okay. Just for, I guess, everyone's benefit, I just want to point out where these changes are so that you can see them in your warrant. So the first one would be on page 18. And near the top of the page, you'll see paragraph 2, once an accessory apartment has been added to a single-family residence, the accessory apartment shall never be enlarged beyond the 900 square feet, and the proposed amendment is to add the words, or 1/2 gross floor area, whichever is smaller. And the reason for this addition is because that would then comport with the definitions in the Massachusetts general laws relative to accessory dwelling units, which is the whole point of this. So the second change, still on page 18, paragraph 8, at the very end of that sentence, add the words, unless otherwise waived by the Carver Fire Department. And then flipping to the next page, the definition of accessory apartment in bold in the middle of the page, add the words, as further defined in Massachusetts general laws, section 40A, section 1A. So right now, those three things are the proposed amendments before we start talking about the main article.
Okay. Mr. Belbin.
All right, I have a question. This handout was beside the warrant, which appeared that there's strikeouts and there's things in here that's different than what's in the warrant. So are we supposed to be looking at this form that has not only this article, but other articles related to the warrant? I just don't know where this came from. Did the town put this out?
If I may, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Buck.
Those handouts are the slideshows that the planning board had during their hearings on February 11th, March 11th, and March 24th. This information from town council came in after the hearings were closed. That's why the planning board was discussing it prior to tonight's meeting.
So this is just informational, is what you're saying? Mr. Belbin?
Next time, put like informational on it, so people aren't looking at this saying, gee, is this a different thing?
Thank you. Anybody else? So this would be on the amendment as proposed. Could I have that back, Mr. Koval? On the amendment to Article 23, as has just been read to everybody. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. 20 seconds on the clock, and open the voting, please. Ten seconds.
Just gonna say
And close the vote. The amendment is 105 to 27 passes. Total of 132. On the article itself, as amended, Article 23 as amended. Mr. Belbin.
All right, I'm the accessory apartment king here in this town. Even though I don't have one, I just have an addition to my house. All right, so I have some amendments to this because I think that we're confusing accessory apartment with accessory dwelling unit. The state uses accessory dwelling unit as a term. We should all use that. So I have some amendments to be made, all right, to this article. I have it in writing for you here. I have one for the clerk. It's not signed though. That one is. These amendments here are number one, to make the town terminology the same as the state, accessory apartment be named accessory dwelling unit. That's number one. Okay, the next one, under the purpose, I've made this, try to get clean as possible for everyone, that I actually wrote it out the way they have it. For A1, purpose of enabling persons to provide a small accessory dwelling unit, ADU, to rent or reside. I struck out the next section, enabling owners of single-family dwellings to share space in the burdens of home ownership, or B, providing an alternative housing option. Okay, made it clear, got rid of the other crap that they put in the middle of that. Next one is A2. Accessory dwelling unit is incorporated within attached or detached from single-family dwelling and is a subordinate part of the single-family dwelling and complies with the criteria below. Okay? It's either attached or detached, or it's inside. Okay? They keep using different terminologies in this bylaw. I'm trying to make it so it's all the same terminology. The next one is Section B, requirements. B2, once an accessory dwelling unit, ADU, has been added to the single-family dwelling, the ADU shall, I struck out never, and not be enlarged beyond the 900 square feet unless approved by the planning board through a special permit. If you build an ADU and it's 800 square feet and you want to put another 150 on it to put another bedroom on it, because you can have two by our bylaw, then you should be able to turn around and go and say, hey, I want to do it. What this says, you never can do it. So once you build it, if you build the 800, that's it. You can't do any more. All right? That's it. You can go up to 900, but no. If you're done, whatever you build, that's what you got. On B3, this is next, an accessory dwelling unit shall maintain a separate ingress and egress or through an entry hall or corridor shared with a single-family dwelling sufficient to meet mass building codes and Chapter 2, 105 CMR 110, minimum standards of fitness for human habitation, codes for safety, security, privacy of ingress and egress. What this does here, it really defines that if you don't have a doorway that complies with the minimum standards of fitness going from your house to your addition, because it's not going to be an ADU, it's an addition, okay? It doesn't meet the criteria on the health and safety standards, all right? And if town council would like to opine on this, go right ahead, I'd love to hear it, all right? The next one here is B4. The front of the single-family dwelling is the side of the building that faces the roadway, or on a corner lot, the property owner shall determine the front. The first one is, my house, if you look from the roadway, you see my garage. Okay? Prior zoning board said, no, 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 the front of your house is on the side of it, over here, where your doors are. Okay? This is the issue that we have. When you have people that make their own determinations of what's what, you need to turn around and really explain to them what it is. So your front of your
Trying my
house-
best here, Bob. You need to step it up.
Okay,
I'm going
almost
to
there.
rewrite the entire
Right.
bylaw, apparently, with this amendment.
All right, all right, the next one is B5. Only one accessory dwelling unit may be created within a single-family dwelling. A detached additional dwelling unit may be created with the approval of the planning board if the first ADU fails to meet Chapter 2, 105 CMR.
Okay, so excuse me a minute.
Yep.
You're going to hate this. I'm sorry, so sorry, Bob. I'm going to rule this entire amendment out of order. None of this has been before the planning board. Nobody has had a chance to vet this. Bob's trying to rewrite the wording, and that was on the advice of counsel. This is ruled out of order.
They did the same thing.
Excuse me. I said it is ruled out of order.
Why wasn't his
John
ruled out of
Parkin,
order?
Bob, it's out of order.
Why wasn't his out of order?
I appreciate it, thank you. Because the planning board created it, that's why. You
And they
created it.
clearly, if you look at it, it's
Bob,
confusing.
it is out of order. Thank you. So now we're going to back up to the original article. And that is Article 23. Any other discussion? Seeing none.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, ma'am.
Article 23, as amended originally.
Yes. Article 23 as amended. 20 seconds on the clock. Begin your vote. Ten seconds. We're in the vote. We're in the vote. We are in the vote. Close the vote. Yes, it is a, no, I think this is just a majority vote. This is just a majority vote. That's what it says here. 96 to 38, it passes. as written, or as amended. Article 24.
Moderator, I move the town approve Article 24 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded on Article 24. Mr. Bott? Mr. Robinson? Anybody?
If I may,
But-
Mr. Chairman, when the zoning bylaw last year was converted from the original paper copy to an electronic version, this particular line in the chart got merged into one line. So we're just putting it back to where it was prior to the zoning bylaw being converted to the E code.
Okay.
This is what existed previously.
Any comments on this one? Article 24, seeing none. I'm going to move the question. 20 seconds on the clock. Open the vote. Close the vote. That passes 116 to 21. And that's a two-thirds vote that's required there, and it still passes 116 to 21. Article 25.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 25 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded on Article 25. Mr. Bott?
Mr. Moderator, through you, this is an item in the zoning bylaw that has been lapsed since 2011, I believe, since January 1, 2011. It's in our bylaw, it's not used, but it could be used against you if it was, in fact, in place. Because when we go for grants through the Commonwealth these days, they ask, are there any provisions in your bylaw restricting development? So while this is inactive, and it has been inactive since 2011, just to clear the books, recommend removing it.
Thank you. Mr. Belvin?
I just want to clarify on this informational thing. It has, it says an unsuccessful North Carver Water District grant. The North Carver Water District never approved putting that grant out there, okay? It was done by the town, so the town's failure, it wasn't the North Carver Water District, it's the town's failure that you didn't get that grant. Okay, I want to make it clear, the way this looks like is the North Carver, we didn't get a grant. We didn't get a grant because they didn't do it right. That's why. And we had a meeting afterwards about that grant to turn around and say, oh, okay. And nowhere in that grant application did they say, and with that discussion, that we didn't get it because we had this in our bylaw. So I just want to make it clear, the North Carver Water District didn't do anything about grants. It was all the town put those grants in and the town failed.
Thank you, Mr. Belvin. Anybody else on Article 25? Seeing no movement to the mic. 20 seconds on the clock. You may begin the vote. Ten seconds. Close the vote. That passes 118 to 19. 437. Article 26, amend the Carver zoning bylaw to increase lot size.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I move the town approve Article 26 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Excuse me. Motion made and seconded. Who's talking about Article 26?
Mr. Moderator, through you, Tom Bottom, the town planner here in Carver, Master. Likely will be a few folks speaking about this. This recommendation to increase the lot size from 60,000 square feet and increase the frontage from 150 feet was a recommendation from the 2001 master plan. The town has since approved a 2017 master plan that didn't include this recommendation. Larger lot zoning, as I said in the description, is an exceptional, exclusionary zoning strategy previously employed by many towns in Massachusetts to lessen development, which has been credited with higher housing costs and associated with a shortage of housing throughout the state. There are a number of reasons there are higher housing costs and shortages of housing throughout the state. But this is something that was in a previous version of the master plan. It's not in the 2017 master plan. And typically, policy is developed from the current plan. Thank you.
Anybody on Article 26? Mr. Shea.
Good evening. Just to be clear, the planning board had nothing to do with the writing of the informational summary on this. It's highly prejudicial. SERPED, the Southeast Regional Planning and Development Board that we work with, recommended it for not only the 2001 master plan, in which it was included, but also recommended it for the 2017 master plan. The master plan committee saw fit not to include it because it had specifically failed at town meeting in 2004. Well, things have changed since then, as we all know. We're looking at increased development, and the intention and purpose of this is to help protect our natural resources, to help push development towards areas that the town has already approved, such as townhouse subdivisions, conservation subdivisions, excuse me, and to the various village centers where it's allowed, and not only allowed, but recommended by the town. But it's also here to help protect, well, natural resources, but also our town. What's going to happen? We're already, despite what was heard earlier, SERPED reckons that the build-out of this town is somewhere in the neighborhood of 48,000. We're increasing that to what, I don't know, with the additional dwelling units. We're facing the MBT bylaw, and the governor's calling for another 250,000 houses to be built in the next 10 years. So where is it going to be? We're a small rural community. We don't have the resources. We don't have the infrastructure. We're lucky to, and I think everybody here is doing a fantastic job keeping us within our budget, but the problem is we don't have the town services to handle huge increases and huge development. And I think everybody here has already noticed the development has already started. It's increased greatly in the past couple of years. I'm all for development, but it should be responsible. It should be within the town laws. We're already being forced upon us a variety of laws from the state that are forcing us to increase our density, whether or not we can provide water, sanitation. Many of the representatives up in Beacon Hill did not even know that there are towns out there that don't have town water systems or town septic systems. It's frankly, it's a one-size-fit-all from the state, and this is out to protect our town, protect our resources, and help push development to areas already approved by this town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Connie. Mr. Weston.
Eric Weston, 189 Main Street. I do not feel that this will restrict the growth that we're talking about. When we talk about build-out, we talk about these things. It's really going to be large dwellings. It's going to be, townhouses. It's going to be 40B. It's going to be things like that that would be real growth. It's water and surge that we talked about earlier that would really increase the build-out of this town. At this point in the structure of where this town is and how it's built out, 60,000 square feet, an acre and a half is a decent-sized lot. Many people don't even have that size lot. This is very restrictive, and I think that the comments that were put in here, whether they were put by anybody or not, are pretty accurate. It's exclusionary zoning. It is going to increase, it's going to decrease building. So there's no housing available in town now. You probably have young kids like me. Where are they going to live? This is exclusionary. It is going to drive the price of housing. Can it get any higher than it is? These are decisions we make that are going to affect that. I don't think it's the wisest direction for us to go. I think 60,000 has worked well. We didn't I've been up here before. We've been through this as a town before. We dropped it off in 2001 when we were looking in that. That master plan was 24 years ago. A lot has changed. For whatever reason, it wasn't included in 2017, regardless of what Serpent might have said or not said. I'm standing up for what I think is best for the town. And that is, I think, keep it the way it is. A lot of the town is built out on the Form A lots anyways, and let's stick with 60,000 square feet. I think it's fair, and I think it's the best to provide housing for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Ms. Ewens?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would really like to object to the fact that this larger lot size will increase our open space protection. That's completely untrue. What will happen is it increases privatization of open space. And so whatever happens on your house lot happens there. It's up to you. You get a bigger house lot, people can completely trash it. That is not protected open space. One of the things that was instituted on the planning board when I was there for 10 years was the conservation subdivisions, which make smaller lots, shorter street, so the developer likes it, nice houses, one of which is 10% of which are affordable, can't tell the difference, and you have some open space behind that's protected. So I think tools like that are much more useful. I was on the master plan committee both those times, 2001 and 2017. And as someone pointed out, Eric, I think, pointed out, things changed. The planning agency we work with, Serped, thought it was a great idea in 2001. That was the tool that they were using. That's not the tool anymore. Now we have something called smart growth, which actually does try to protect open space. The other comment I'd like to make, and Mr. Bott, you correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that passing the zoning would make all of our current house lots non-conforming lots. It may make all of our lots non-conforming. So if we want to put a shed, we all have to go to the ZBA instead of being able to do it within our current properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. Ward?
Steve Ward, 46 Miles Danish Drive. I think that we have far better strategies, as our previous speaker said, other than urban sprawl. Also, an unintended consequence, let's say a farmer buys a cranberry bog, and he has an area that the current bylaws would provide for 3 house lots. Now, instantly tonight, it goes down to potential for 2 house lots. That decreases his value instantly. And I know many growers out here, particularly young farmers, who would instantly be in default of their bank loan or their bank mortgage. And when the bank catches up with that, they're going to say, you know, you need to sell something to get back into the compliance. So I would vote this down.
Thank you, Steve. Mr. Shea, be brief.
I will be very brief. Yeah, the intent and purposes is to maintain our rural spaces and protect our natural environment. Yes, it's also the fact that our town services aren't there and we're not able to take care of this. But the conservation subdivisions are designed to create open space. All the land is privately owned already, except what's owned by the town. Nobody's buying the town land. This is all privately owned land by one person or another. The intention of the transfer of development rights is to create open space. We want to see that used. We want to see people move into the village centers where there's a concentration of people, where our town services are, where there's less of a strain on our town and town services. I think this is very important considering what is coming down from the state. There's nothing we can do to stop 40B. That's already state mandated. Currently, the MBTA bylaw is up in the air. We're going to have to deal with that at some point. We just passed the additional dwelling units. It's very concerning on the direction of this town is going. Look at Plymouth, look at the development in Plymouth. How long can they sustain that? It's going to be short. It's within the next 15 years. They're going to have serious, serious issues. Thank you for the time, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Mr. Weston?
Briefly, Mr. Moderator, just
Thank you.
directly to Mr. Shea's comment on 40B. Yes, 40B does exist, but I failed to mention one of my deep concerns on this as a resident is this could be a tipping point for 40B. We've been lucky that 40B hasn't been exercised by a lot of developers. They've threatened it, they use it as a tactic, but they haven't been able to do it very often. I think by doing this, it's going to be the tipping point and unintended consequence where people or developers or landowners may be encouraged to do 40B, which is far more detrimental to the population and the type of housing I'd like to see less of. I'd like to see more residential. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none. This is a 2/3 vote required. Recommendation of the planning board was 5-0, and the select board was 0-4. 20 seconds on the clock, and open the vote, please. Again, this is a 2/3 vote. 10 seconds. And closes the vote. 32 to 115, this fails. Article 27 is a petition article. We'll let the presenter of that article, none other than our beloved town clerk. We are at the end here, coming up. This is good. You can stand anywhere you want. You could have stayed at your seat. You can relax in the recliner, whatever you'd like.
So, reason I brought this is for
A
my.
little louder, Cara.
Okay. So the reason that I brought this is for my election workers. Our local elections are very poorly attended. One of them, I went back about 22 years, only 255 people came out, and we have almost 10,000 registered voters. So our last local election, 556 voters came out, and the year before that, just over 600. We haven't reached over 1,000 in the last 6 years that I've been here. So every local election, I borrow people from other towns. I have to go far and wide to find people. If I had enough people, it's a 10-hour day. I could do 2 shifts. We simply don't have enough people. The other thing that's happening is that people aren't taking out nomination papers. So our last election, we had 2 offices where no one took out papers, and we had write-ins. So then that extends that day for those workers another 2 to 3 hours. So now you're looking at a 13 to 14-hour day, and you've only seen 556 people come through. What I propose, and I'd like to amend my article. I know you have to vote on it. I have an amendment.
Well, what I'm going to do is, because I dropped the ball over my excitement over getting toward the end of this evening's town meeting, which I'm sure all of you are also. So let this be an informational summary, and I still need a motion to open Article 27.
I make a motion to open Article 27.
Okay, now we get back on track. So now you can go ahead with your amendment.
Now I would like to amend Article 27 to change the hours to a 7-hour election day from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and then to add an early voting day the Tuesday prior to the election, which would allow voters that might not be able to make it on that Saturday to come in from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. to vote. So we're gaining election hours for our local election and maybe increasing in attendance through offering that other day. And then managing this Saturday so that it's manageable for our workers, of which we are very lucky to have.
So if you don't mind, would you just run back by, let's talk about the actual election day, which is Saturday. What are the hours?
Actual election day right now is 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay.
And it's a 10-hour day.
Yeah, and proposed to change to?
Proposing to change it to a 7-hour day, shaving 3 hours off of it and changing it from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and adding an early voting day, the Tuesday prior to the election, from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m.
Okay. So, on the amendment. Okay, did I see it? Okay. So the amendment is the 7-hour day and to add an early voting day on Tuesday on the Tuesday before the election, 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., which I assume would be at Town Hall.
Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Need a motion on that, and I need a motion and a second on the amendment. Okay, so that is a motion and second. Any other discussion on that?
Can I, through you, Mr. Moderator, could I ask a question from the Finance Committee? By increasing those hours, do you still have enough money in your budget that you allocated?
I don't think we're going to get a crowd. If we don't get a crowd on Saturday, and it's something that can be managed by 2 or 3 election workers or my own office staff.
Okay, I just want to make sure the budget that we approved tonight is still going to be able to accommodate.
Yeah, that would actually balance kind of, when you think about it. You're not paying 15 people plus police detail and school people for those extra 3 hours, so we're saving.
Anyone else? On the
Moderator, question?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I'm over here at the school committee. So you're looking for the Tuesday before the,
That's why I'm looking.
I apologize. Looking for the Tuesday before the actual election? Okay, that would be a school day, right? And you'd be having it at the school? No.
In my office.
In the office, okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Karen.
Anybody else? On the amendment? Everybody understands what the amendment is? You want me to read it again? Okay. On the amendment, give me 20 seconds on the clock and open the vote. Ten seconds. And close the vote. Amendment passes 123 to 22. Total of 145. On the original petition, any further discussion? Donna? Seeing none? 20 seconds on the clock. Would you open the vote, please? Ten seconds. And close the vote. Passes 118 to 23. All right. And last but not least, for those that said we could do this in one night, worked out. We have a petition on the Earth Removal Committee. I need a motion and a second to open that article.
I'll make a motion to open the article.
And motion and second is made. And who's presenting on this article?
Mr. Moderator, I have a question for town council.
Hold on one second.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, would you, if you don't mind? Through us to town council? Go ahead, Donna.
I have a question on this article, and my question is it a lawful article?
Is it a what?
Lawful article. Is it unconstitutional?
Mr. Corbo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Moderator. So this is a petitioned article to I guess, create a new bylaw earth removal committee, to create an elected earth removal committee. I don't see here how many, 7-member earth removal committee, elected in an election, and then including certain qualifications to be able to serve on such an elected office. So in my opinion, there are several problems with this that would likely render it in conflict with Massachusetts general laws as well as the Constitution. First and foremost, with respect to elections, local municipalities do not have the authority to create qualifications for public office. Every registered voter of the town has an opportunity to run for elected office in accordance with the procedures of state law, and municipalities do not, in my opinion, have the authority to say who can and who cannot run for such an office. And so here, this proposed bylaw would limit who would be allowed not only to serve on this, but to run for it. And so in my opinion, for that reason, it is in conflict with state law. In addition, there is much missing about this bylaw to make it an effective bylaw. Most significantly, there is currently an appointed earth removal committee, and this says nothing about what would happen to that elected committee, what would happen, appointed committee, what would happen to the incumbents on that appointed committee, how the terms of these elected officers would be staggered, what the period of time the terms would be. And so, in my opinion, this is not a bylaw that can be carried into effect by the town.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corvo. You all set, Donna, or you want to?
I'm going to talk after she.
All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Great, well, good evening. My name is Linda Jacobs, 41.
Speak up, please.
Let's see. We are a town that's known for our beautiful cranberry bogs and natural beauty. We owe that recognition to our farmers, many who are friends and neighbors and work tirelessly to cultivate and harvest their cranberries The article that we present tonight will ensure that these beautiful farms can continue for generations to come. Unfortunately, not all of our farmers in recent years are just cultivating cranberries. They are also mining and selling our precious federally protected sand from the Plymouth Carver Sole Source Aquifer. Many of you may not know, but our current bylaws prohibit such activities. Somehow, however, permit after permit has been issued to remove several million cubic yards of sand from Carver without any concern or protection for our natural resources or our water. The residents of Carver do not gain any benefit from these activities because our current Earth Removal Committee board, largely made up of cranberry growers, truckers, and influenced by the Cape Cod Cranberry Association, Cape Cod Cranberry Growers, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Cape Cod Cranberry Growers Association, allows activities to continue under the disguise of agriculture. Ultimately, these predatory companies make profit from selling sand and making millions of dollars and pay a reduced tax to the town, an agricultural tax, when they're doing industrial work, commercial work. Cranberry growers know that millions of cubic yards of sand is being removed. And it's not necessary and incidental work. This is far more sand than would be needed to cultivate the cranberry bogs. In fact, there are 13,000 acres of bogs across Massachusetts. The sand that is needed for these bogs every 2 years amounts to 3,495,440 cubic yards.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. This is now becoming a lecture on sand removal and money being made and cubic yards being, this is not what this article is about, ma'am, I'm sorry. Your article is to establish an earth removal committee by election.
Doing that is the reason for doing it.
I'm sorry, it's not what's in this article. The fact that somebody's making millions of dollars and taking hundreds of thousands of yards of material out of property that they own is not what's in this article.
Yes, it is.
No, I'm sorry, it is not.
Earth Removal Committee continuously grants permits for sand that's.
Okay, except it's not in this article.
That is the reason we want to change the composition.
That's not what you wrote
Would you
in
like
the
to
article.
Phrase it so that it matches the article, and I'll do it. What is it you need to hear?
It's not in the article.
What would you need to hear so that it's in the article?
Council. Council's already given their opinion that this entire article is unconstitutional.
I heard it, but because there's a large part, there's a lot of people in the town that want to change the way who sits on the earth removal.
Yeah, let's not get carried away with this. This is going to turn into the same thing as we had last year. I'm not going to have it on the last article of the night.
Which
So,
was delivered.
Ma'am, I'm going to give you another 2 minutes to speak, and then I'm going to move on to everybody else, and then we're going to call the question. So you have 2 more minutes to go ahead and make your case. I'm being generous, by the
Thank
way.
you for your generosity.
You're very welcome.
The reason that we propose this, and perhaps it has some flaws, I wasn't aware of it, I've never done this before. The reason we proposed it is because people who are, there's a lot of conflict of interest on the current Earth Removal Committee, and we wanted to eliminate that so that people have a fairer chance of preserving our water supply, and also buying sand. So I don't know what to say. I'm really kind of surprised at that. I also was prepared to offer an amendment, which I guess is no point in doing that since you're not going to accept this, or can I offer?
Not that I'm not going to accept it. It needs to be read, seconded, and then voted on. If
Well,
you,
then I would like to offer an amendment.
okay? You have every right to offer that amendment.
Amendment is that one cranberry grower may sit on the Earth Removal Committee as long as that grower owns no more than 20 acres of cranberry bogs.
Okay. All right, so I don't hear a second. I don't hear a second on this amendment. Okay, so now we have a second on the amendment, which is one cranberry grower may sit on the Earth Removal Committee as long as that grower owns no more than 20 acres of cranberry bogs. That has been motioned and seconded. I'm not even going to open it to discussion. I'm going to simply call this question on this particular article, on this amendment. I'm sorry? Counsel? I'm going to stick my neck out here and say no, but let counsel say.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Moderator, this proposed amendment is unlawful, in my opinion, for the same reasons I gave before.
So I'm going to allow this to go to vote, because we are not attorneys, and this could be adjudicated. Who knows? 20 seconds on the clock.
And it's only for the amendment, correct?
Excuse me? You're not going to be able to. Hold on a second. Let's get this written up.
Voice vote.
We could easily do a voice vote, but you know what? Let me have that back, Laura. I'm going to give that a shot. Getting down to the wire here. I'm going to read this amendment one more time. The amendment is that one cranberry grower will be allowed to sit on the Earth Removal Committee as long as that grower owns no more than 20 acres of bog. I'm going to put this to a voice vote, and let's see how that works out. All those in favor of this amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed? No. That takes care of that problem. I don't even know who was next. Donna? You were up there.
All right, so the only thing I wanted to say was this amendment, this article that she has written, it's so unrealistic and it's not protecting the town at all. You would want the most experienced people sitting on a committee or sitting on a board. I wouldn't want non-medical staff sitting on a medical board. We got to protect the town, and one way it is give the experienced people the opportunity to sit on these committees. Thank you.
Stephen?
Steve Dewars, 52 Forest Street. I think the town council has said it
A
better.
little closer to the mic, please, sir.
I think town council has said it a lot better than I could have, but I do want to point out, this is possibly the worst piece of writing I've ever seen in my life. And the amendment
Well,
was
let's not
equally
insult
bad.
me.
I'm speaking to the article, sir. And they're all, it's so broad. I don't own any cranberry bogs presently. I was allowed to serve on many town committees and coach teams and whatnot. But because I help my neighbors harvest their cranberries, I would be prohibited from being on this committee, according to the way this is written.
Thank you. Ben?
Ben Dexter, 149 High Street. I'm looking at this and I don't see a prevention of conflict of interest. I see preventing your opponents and what you believe from being in positions of decision-making. And that's offensive to me as an American, quite frankly. Vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Belbin?
I couldn't have said it better myself, all right? Because I have to say that I very rarely agree with Mr. Corbo. Very rarely agree.
Well, we're going to make a
In
note
this
of
case,
that tonight.
in this case, I
Greg, would
actually
you write
do
that
agree with
down,
his
please?
decision, all right, because.
So that you'll never
sorry,
do that again.
It's just wrong.
The article?
Just wrong.
Thank you, Bob.
Move the question.
Ms. Ewens?
I'll keep it,
We have, well, we need a second.
keep it short. I'm also not a cranberry grower, but I have lived here for over 30 years. And I'm wondering if the petitioners know how much sand it takes for 1 acre of bog simply to grow cranberries? The petition's aware of how much sand it takes? Because if you're not, you should ask a cranberry grower.
Thank you, Sarah. Mary Ellen, briefly, please.
I will.
We're ready to call the question.
Yeah. Mary Ellen Williams, 67 Wareham Street. I am a member of a cranberry grower family in this town, and I cannot believe how discriminatory in nature this article is presented. I don't know why you wouldn't want a cranberry grower or several of them on the earth removal committee. They have so much knowledge about earth removal. So I am personally insulted by this article and for every other cranberry grower in this auditorium here tonight. And I also will tell you that I don't think anyone who currently serves or who has served on any committee, board, or commission in this town, either elected or appointed, does so because they have nothing better to do with their time. They do so because they care about this town. I know several members of this earth removal committee, and I've known them for a very, very long time. These are good people, and I am insulted by this. So how I see it is this 2 years ago, all over again, and stop the attacks on the cranberry growers. I encourage everyone to vote no.
Thank you.
Move the article.
All right, I'm going to call the question, and instead of a voice vote, which I'm pretty confident of, I want numbers. I want to count. So, give me 20 seconds on the clock. Begin the vote. Ten seconds. And close the vote. 14 to 124, the motion fails. So, everybody, it's 11 o'clock. I need a motion. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Have a wonderful evening.